Oh, we're on the wrong screen. Oh no. Oh no, they're gonna fucking get me. Oh no, move it over. Move it over right now. Okay. Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi, we have clerical work to do. Alec Man's gonna be tagging me any minute now. Stop bringing up King of Fighters. Commissions. Okay. Need to go to the next or the last custom card review stream. Pack of 5. This will be October 16th. October 16th, custom card. Good afternoon, I spam grab. How are you doing? What game do you spam grab in? I might have to ban you depending on what you say. Hello, Aegis. Hello, White Bread. Hello, Jace's cat. Hello, Catoid Wolf. Welcome to the stream, everybody. So we gotta set. I guess we gotta spam me with Bald Kai, and then after we spam Bald Kai, I gotta set all the Ko-Fi card commissions live. I need to think of a catchy name. Because we have custom card review. You could do like custom card soup up, custom card tune up, custom card correction, custom card Bankai. I could do a million things. I used to play Guilty Gear Strive, but it was mainly for Skullgirls Mobile. God, I pray I never see your hard drive, but that's real of you. Alec, I did, and we're handling that right now. So, for anybody confused, the way the custom card enhancement. I like glow up. I'm going to do glow up over enhancement, but that's the right vibe. So the way it's going to work is so we're going to sell them as a second commission. They are going to just cost more per card. We're not good. There's not a like, it's not like an add-on thing. It's not a it's not a like upsell, cross-sell type thing. It is literally just, hey, you can buy packs of 5 for a review. You can buy packs of 5 for a glow up. The glow up involves improvements. Hold on. Santa Lil Camper, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Hellkite feels much more bad. Blade Riff can be funny and you can like politic in interesting ways. Hellkite is basically always a feels bad card. Channel point redeems will still be available. Normal commissions will still be available. This is literally just for people that want to purchase more in-depth reviews. You'll be able to. And that's $10 a card compared to $4 a card. How many of these do I sell? I'm only going to do 3 right now because I want to be able to sell other kinds. What's up, Lucky Chimera? Flynn, good luck in traffic court. I hope you didn't do that shit, brother. How's the recent long-form custom card video doing? Total dog shit, but not as dog shit as the one before it, which is good. That's an improvement. '07 keyboard. Thoughts on combos in casual decks that kind of have to win through normal means like combat or commander damage. I dislike them because I think it undercuts the bit. I really... Here's the bright side of power creep. Power creep has happened so much at this point that if you have a deck that wants to win through combat or commander damage and you don't feel like you're doing good enough, you can always improve the deck without putting a combo in. So I don't like putting break glass in case of emergency combos if you, oh, I have to win the game because the game has to end. There are so many strong cards. You can just win through hitting people. You can hit people until they die. You can hit people with your commander until they die. We don't have to Frankenstein our fucking deck with a random infinite just because we feel like the game has to end by a certain turn. Okay, and then we're going to do a normal pack of 5. This is 20. Who gives a fuck about pay what you want? This is also going to be 3. So that's 6. That's 30 paid cards into the environment already. That's 30 paid cards into the environment already, and so I think we probably have to end it there. Holy fuck, my forehead is shiny today. Holy fuck. Hello, the 4 best game. Hey, thank you, Derpy. Yeah, this is not going to be a Mega Bonk stream. This is not going to be a Mega Bonk stream. I promise you that. I have work to do. Chetta, I think I've done a commander review on Kai'Sa. So if you want to see like the comedic rant of Kai'Sa, go off. And somebody was asking about my trying to get a higher revenue split from Twitch. Yes, primes and gifted subs don't count for that. But Targ, thank you for gifting 5 subs anyway. I still love you. Only tier 1 subs that you paid for yourself. Alec, we're gonna do solo packs once we sell a second wave, but because it's veggie, I'm trying to undersell. I do not want to commit like 90 cards into the environment and then have it be like 3 hours and then no second wave. So I will prioritize doing one-off card slots when we sell more cards in the stream, but for right now I'm like, oh, 30's already like, especially if 15 he's allowed to talk about. If he wasn't allowed, if it was I'm gonna sedate him for all of them, then yeah, maybe I would do a few more right now. But we also had people use the outside of commission time window. There have been I think there have been 14 cards purchased via the shop option for if you want to buy outside of a commission. Cecil, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Can we get the rest of the Eminence roast? I want to submit my Anala deck in an attempt to convince everyone it's not that bad. You will be proven wrong, but okay. Yeah, 30 cards. 30 cards. We could go all night on 30 cards. You care a lot more about Veggie's time than your own. You make a queue for yourself and it has like 10 hours of work. For Veggie, only a reasonable number. It's not that I give a fuck about Veggie's time. I care about the money. All right? I'm trying to get paid for this. If I give myself 10 hours of custom cards to review, great. I have 10 hours of getting paid. If I give somebody else 10 hours of custom cards to review, I have 10 hours of them to pay. No. No. The Pale Moonlight, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. No. I am scheming. I have this man on a conveyor belt. All right? I have the Amazon Prime mold to push custom card responses out of his head. At Mach 3, at Mach dollar, I am getting custom card reviews out of that man. Maybe Cecil. I don't know what Decked Out's internal stream schedule is. When I post bald, you post bald. This is the sacred bond I share with those to whom I gift subs. How do I ungift all your subs, Aegis? How do I ungift all your shit? We just need more beauties like Timo to completely derail Maul's carefully crafted timeline. No. It's not carefully crafted. It's not carefully crafted, all right? It's loose. It's loose and it's flexible. Hungry Pinecone, the agenda for today is Commander deck reviews. I think we have 5 people. We have 4 people that were scheduled via Ko-Fi, and then we have 1 person who won a marble I got a burp coming. Oh no. We're all safe now. And then we got 1 person who won a marble roast via a subathon raffle. Paladin Lost, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 7th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey, did we talk about how WotC closed the Spider-Man feedback survey after 2 hours? No, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. Alright, here's the vamp topic. We're going to Reddit. So you lied. So Trinket Mage lied. Hold on. So Trinket Mage, I knew it. I knew that motherfucker was a liar. Here's my goddamn proof. I've been a Trinket Mage hater since day one. Ever since I locked eyes with that motherfucker in Southern Guadalajara, I knew he was fucking rotten to the core. Complete fucking lie. Just like everything he's ever said about a deck. Just like everything he's ever said about a fucking deck. None of these. 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 Played, bought, received. Flesh and blood. None of these. I've played in the last 12 months. I'm a lifer, bro. Very familiar. Very familiar. Very familiar, and I hate it. Very familiar. Very familiar. Very familiar. Slightly familiar. Very familiar. Very familiar. Played, bought, received. Played, bought, received. None of these. I think I've played with. Did I? Hold on. I don't think I've actually gotten to put any of them in yet, so none of these. I got plans, though. Played. Played, bought, received. Bloomborough. Played, bought, received. Why is there no button for but I hated it? Why is there no survey option for but I hated this shit? Because that's how I felt about Bloomborough. I played Bloomborough, I received Bloomborough, I purchased Bloomborough, and I was mad every goddamn moment of it. Played. Played, bought, received. Played, bought, received. Played. Derby Plays, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 2nd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. How interested are you in the characters and stories of the Marvel Universe? I don't give a fuck. How do you feel about the Spider-Man How do you feel about Spider-Man overall, not just the Magic set? I could not. I like it. I like it. I definitely don't love it. Tabletop. Within the last week. At least once a month. I think travel fucks up a few of those weeks. At least once a week. I think it's 3 years ago that I started playing. How do you prefer to play? Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Cube's alright. Fucking hate Brawl. Worst format ever made. Worst format ever designed, Brawl. Hey boss, what's the cutoff point for the Twitch pay tiering? 70-30 is the highest I can get. You can get 50-50, 60-40, or 70-30. I'm currently on 60-40. Do you plan to play with cards from Magic the Gathering Spider-Man in the next 3 months? Yes. How likely are you to buy or play one or more Magic the Gathering Spider-Man products in the next 12 months? Definitely will not. Take from that what you will, Watsy. Buy or play one or more of Magic's new set releases this year? Definitely will. I hate this. I'm wasting bangers in the goddamn Watsy survey. I'm wasting fucking bangers. Yeah, no respect for the source material. That's what I should hit him with. How'd you rate the following aspects? Set overall. Overall, I feel like it's fair. I feel like the draft stuff just really tanked everything. World building, very poor. Accessibility, excellent. Setting and backdrop. Poor. Look, art and aesthetics. This one's tough because I think a few were like really, really good, and then there were a few that were really, really bad. Fair. Gameplay, mechanics, and deck building. Excellent. This was actually really fucking good, and everybody just hates New York. You can't have shit in Detroit or New York. Serial, I'm good. How would you compare Spider-Man to other Magic Standard sets? I like Magic the Gathering, Marvel Spider-Man, a bit less, not a lot less. Bloomborough is my one. I want to copy-paste the fucking Miles Morales answer, man. I want to copy-paste the fucking Miles Morales answer. Why do I like it less? Hello, Kelder. Is Bloomborough at least still over Aether Drift? Fuck no. How unique is the Spider-Man set compared to other Magic sets? Not at all. Have you used it to introduce it to somebody? No, I haven't tried. Probably 4. Lulu, thank you for the $20. Oh, I'm sorry for not getting back to you in Dear Malltown. We can't do you today. Let me look at other days. He said the 22nd, the 26th, or 29th or next month. Let's plan for the 22nd, Lulu. Boss, explain the Bloomborough hate, as I don't know if I was here for it. So the thing I didn't like about Bloomborough was the limited. All the season cards were cool. Rottenmouth Viper is my fucking goat. I almost got a snake in real life because of it. But the thing I didn't like about Bloomborough was that in the draft, it felt a lot like, hey, here's your creature type. Or here's your cadre of like, I think it was like 3-ish creature types, because they had like these color pairs, and then you could kind of straddle into 3 color as well if you got some good stuff. But it felt like, here are your little groups of 3 creature types. Commit, hope you get past the good shit, good luck. And then every game that I played also felt very, very on rails. I realized not 100% of draft games, like, you're never going to have 100% of your card game be, totally within your control and have like perfect agency. Bloomborough was the lowest agency I have ever felt playing Magic the Gathering. It felt awful. It never felt like I made a single decision that mattered. And so if you just love playing Kindred, set probably rip for you. If you're just like, holy fuck, yeah, we got Bovine Bunny in YouTube who loves bunnies. If you just love bunnies and you're like, I'm forcing bunnies every time and we're just gonna see what happens. Yeah, set kicks. But there wasn't a single decision that mattered. And so that killed my enjoyment of it. Another Magic player already have declined. How would you describe the number of Spider-Man products available to choose from? I genuinely don't know. I don't know how many products they sell. I like new play boosters. No. Yes, Spider-Man's mid, so is the set. A few people are. I like the card styles. Yeah. The mechanics are very interesting. No. Neutral because I don't know. Artwork fits well with card mechanics. No. I like the story world building. No. I didn't buy or play with this set because I'm saving my money for future sets. Kind of, yeah. Am I the only dude on YouTube not offended by the upcoming TMNT set? No, you're talking to one right now. Ian, I think the thing is like, even Prof has talked about this, where angry videos always get more traction than positive videos. And so even if you on the internet had a population of viewers who were 50% positive on something and 50% negative on something, the people making videos that appeal to the negative audience are always going to get way more views and make the negative population seem way, way bigger, because negativity can get you riled up much more easily than positivity can. Yes, Alec, man. Just designate that when you submit the card in. The TMNT stuff is cool. I think there's a lot of people that just don't like it very much, which is fair. Again, like, I'm a Bloomborough hater. I don't expect Wizards to never print animals again. But TMNT seems a lot more positive than Spider-Man has so far. How do you feel about the slight drama on the secret layers being scalped within minutes of them going up for sale and the Wizards partner stores scalping multiple copies of the secret layers for 3 to 6 times the price? That's fucking capitalism, baby. Yeah, that shit sucks. There's not a lot of depth to that though. Yeah, fuck those people, but they're doing what they feel like they have to do to survive in the current economy. Do the pre-drop reviews qualify as standard or glow up? That shit is standard. I really just like how they added black to Heroes in a Half Shell just to make it 5 color when none of the turtles have black in their color identity and it doesn't fit them thematically at all. What about Master Splinter? He's part of the team, right? Even if we don't do the meta argument of, oh, we want them to play rat ninjas, but Splinter doesn't have a shell, he's still part of the team. Don't the turtles kill people? Hold on, I got a text. That's fucking hilarious. Hey boss, I'm now helping out with the games club at the school I work by teaching kids Commander and getting paid for it. I'm starting them off with a mildly upgraded CMM precon pool. That's fucking awesome, dog. Hell yeah. Yeah, black is much more than look, I'm so evil anyways. Like I mean, with the Ninja Turtles, I could definitely like I don't understand the argument for they don't have black in their color identity. I could understand the argument of, oh, their other standalone commander cards don't have black in the color identity except for Leo, who is 5 color. But when we talk about a team of mutant assassins who kill people, I just don't understand an argument for they lack black. Black is ambition, self-interest, pragmatism. I feel like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as a team have that. They live in a sewer and it's dark, therefore they have black. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, they are teenage ninjas in a ninja war. ... There's a canon in which Raphael became the Shredder. Yeah, that's black as fuck, dog. That's black as hell. And yeah, color identities are more complex than that, but like there is the meta argument. I think the meta argument is that the only reason that the 5 color card exists is so that people who like the Turtles set can have a Turtles deck and not have to think too hard. I don't think there is any valid argument for the idea that the Ninja Turtles as a team do not have black in their color identity. That's crazy. You can argue we didn't need the team up card, and I don't think we needed the team up card, even though it's a good thing that we have it. But when we have the team up card, the idea that they don't have black in their identity just because we didn't put black in their standalone cards is like, that's crazy. Whoa, don't agree with me on that. I don't think it's annoying. I think the 5 color legendary we get in every set is awesome. We should get more of that. That is a good thing. I do not want my new players to play fucking Joda. I want them to play Heroes in a Half Shell. There will be a short about this, so if you don't want to listen right now, you can, don't worry, tune out, boot up Mega Bonk. I'll still be here for you. When it comes to these like 5-color team up legendaries, I feel like a non-zero part of this is tied up in people whose egos are attached to their deck building. Like, I feel like a non-zero part of it is people are going like, oh, well, I don't like this design because when I wanted to do this, I liked goblins and I had to do Krenko and I didn't get to put blue card draw in, which means I'm better than you. So you shouldn't get to have 5 colors. It's that fucking I built my deck uphill both ways mentality, and I don't like it. If this was overpowered, I would agree with you 100%. If this was like, oh my god, we're just handing them this like layup 5-color card that beats the fuck out of everybody, that's so dumb, I'm with you. This is like the most inoffensive card ever, and it's literally just let the people who like ninjas play with all the ninjas. Versus people who go, oh, I want to play with all my Ninja Turtles, let me use Joda. Now you have to bully them. That's not fun for everybody, for anybody. Now I can't let you show off all your cool ninja cards. So is this not word soup like Cosmic Spider-Man? It is, and that's fine. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we should not create this fake standard where we pretend that cards were interesting up until we had 5-color soup commanders and that we never made boring layup cards before the 5-color soup commanders, because here's your boy. Here's your boy out of Shadowmoor. Here's your fucking boy again. Go get them. Go get them, man. And then the place everybody goes is, oh, well, they are 5 colors versus these are 1 colors. That's that weird deck building ego. So forgive me for lacking nuance, but it sounds like you're kind of advocating for 5-color soup. I thought you didn't like soup. I don't think soup is cool. I'm advocating for the existence of soup for people that just want a pile of cards they like. I'm advocating for, I don't think you should have to be a hipster to have a Magic the Gathering deck that you like. That's what I mean. I'm never gonna be like, holy pog, this is the most interesting deck I've ever seen. I'm just gonna be like, oh, you wanted apple slices and peanut butter today. Evaluating my perspective, I think it's less about the built uphill both ways, but more to do with clearly they are doing this to appease the masses, and on reflection, them trying to make something people want shouldn't be a bad thing. I love that reflection. Because there can be bad things when we try to appease the masses. There is a limit to clap you fucking seal. There is a limit where, oh, well, I don't like this thing, and they're clearly doing it to appease the masses. Maybe they're sacrificing quality to appease the masses. I don't really think they are, given the existence of Reese. IMO, it's not the 5-color that's the part they have to avoid. It's just make them more interesting instead of keywords and anthem buffs. So this is where I begin agreeing with you, Blastgeo, is what I don't want is if the whole set is this. Come back. Oh, if the Spider-Man legendaries that have been spoiled so far are the like median complexity for the entire set, then I'm disappointed. If these are the easy layups for people to go, ooh, I recognize that guy. I want a deck with just that guy and I don't want to think too hard. A fucking plus. And then give me the wacky shit. But if this is like median wacky, if we only get a little bit more complicated than this, God forbid, a little bit simpler than this, then I'm very upset and I think it's bad, and I do think it is a degradation in quality for the sake of appealing to the masses. But having these as the entry level for people getting to play the game, that's great. I'd Freudian slip spider instead of turtle, same set, man. Same set. Yeah, there's 7 so far. Hey chat, I have a question. How bad of an idea is the reality chip featuring lantern control as a commander sound? Bro, don't make me tap the fucking sign. Every day somebody comes in asking about fucking lantern control with the reality chip. I swear to God, I feel like an innkeeper who's watched 50 adventurers hike up to the mountain and then never come back. It's not gonna work. Lantern control does not work in Commander. There are too many decks you have to control. Stop doing it. I've watched too many young folk die chasing this dragon. Stop. My problem with this design is that it's to get new players in the game. Having them start with trying to make a 5-color mana base as an entering player is just horrible. That's a good critique, Derpy. I agree, this should be 5 generic mana. Thank you, Derpy. I more meant putting Cosmic Spider-Man and Heroes in a Half Shell side by side compared, for example, to Aang 5-color. I don't think Aang's really more complex than that. I think Aang has more mechanics on him because they had more mechanics to directly adapt, but if we look at them side by side, both of these cards are do everything in the set. It's just that this set is, I mean, I guess they could have thrown in, like, you have to sneak. There could have been a sneak bonus in the set. But Avatar Aang, like, this looks like the same soup to me. Hey, use all the words that were on this set. If you use all the words on this set, good job. Here's stuff. They read as the exact same level of complex to me. And if anything, Aang is like, I dislike the narrowness of Aang. Because Aang, if I'm not playing fucking Moon Mist, or I'm not playing all the bending cards, bro is worthless. Heroes in a Half Shell is timeless. Do I want a mutant pile? Do I want a turtle pile? Do I want a ninja pile? Like, what type of non-canon filler arc do I want to do on my commander night? By the end of 2026, how viable will Wooburg Soup Kindred be? Exactly as viable as it already was. When did this come out? 2022? So for 3 years, the soup haters have been defeated. Yeah, I do think Terra Magical Adept was the best one. I do not think Aang is the gold standard. I think Terra is the gold standard. CG Death, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 11th month in a row. Because this lets you do a thing that was unrelated to the set and lets you really pop off with a lot of set specific cards because you got to use all the summons. And then you still get 5 colors on top of it, and it makes sense in the lore why she's 5 colors. And then the stuff you get on the backside, again, it's more like if you're using all the Final Fantasy summons, it's very fun and it has its own energy. And then if you're not, you can still make a functional deck. This is the gold standard for a 5-color soup deck. But the minimum, the point at which I get mad is if you're worse than Joda. Oh yeah, Minstrel Towns is also kind of cute. Oh, you like Marina Vendrell. Real. The reason I think they stopped doing this as much is because she's like giga dog shit if you're not using the set specific cards. If you're not using all the rooms, this card is useless. But the like the Heroes in a Half Shell, again, you can build this deck right now for a new... You could build a pre-con for this deck right now, and a new player would have fun with it. This one, the theme is like, I have a lot of Duskmourn cards, and if I'm not doing it with a lot of Duskmourn cards, I'm not doing fucking anything. And then there's Joda, guys. Is Cloud Midgard Mercenary Dogwater asking for a friend? If he's in your 99, tremendous. If he's in your command zone, I have something to tell you, brother. If he's in your command zone, I have news for you that you may not want to hear, brother. If this man is in your command zone and not on the 99 of Anaya deck, I have terrible news that you may want to sit down before I tell you, my friend. What's the news? I'm not sure if you're ready to hear this, Blue Pengy. Tell me the truth, Doc? I don't know if you're ready for this, Kelder. I don't know if you can accept the truth about Cloud Midgard Mercenary in your command zone. I think you might need to sit down even further, Kelder. Yeah, to soften you up for this, Kelder. First of all, your childhood hamster, not on a farm. The Tooth Fairy, not real. All those presents, not from Santa. And your commander, dog shit. I'm sorry to tell you that, Kelder. I hope you're laying down. Take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. Your high school crush, it actually was you, not her. I'm sorry. Fully prone and crying. I knew this would happen. This is why I don't tell people. This is why I don't tell people. But yeah, 99... I mean, he's like... You could probably make a deck that works because most of the swords are colorless. But if you want this guy to pop, he is just like one of your 10 tutors in a Naya equipment deck. Also, hit the snooze. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. So Mexican Chalupa, we have days where we do it for free, but I don't do it for free today. Today we're doing it with people that have pre-scheduled through Ko-Fi. Is it possible to make Corridor relevant in high brackets? I haven't seen this, man. Hold on. No. No, it's not. And here's why. Because somebody's going to tell me. Somebody's going to tell me, oh, he's Abzan. I could do this combo. I could do that combo. I could do this synergy package. That's not making Corridor relevant. That's making Abzan relevant. This guy's text box, you can cast one creature from your graveyard each turn. I think the only relevant thing that could turn on at high power is an Aristocrat Infinite, which is not making Corridor relevant. It's making Aristocrats relevant, which I don't find very compelling. So no, I think this guy loves bracket 2. This guy wants to be in bracket 2, crazy style. You can do it bracket 3, you could do it bracket 4. Like, it's not that he lacks tech, it's just that all the tech makes it feel less and less like Corridor and more like good Abzan cards. BZ placed at a CEDH tourney with him. Well, yeah, like it's a fucking Abzan card. But that's what I mean. Like if I fucking... I don't know if Hermit Druid can hold up at CEDH if you're not doing Grolnok. But like you could just do... Oh, if I get to Hermit Druid, dump my whole deck into the yard, and then I go Corridor, and I do like a Gaia's Cradle loop. Yeah, you could win with that. That's not Corridor, though. That's the tree. Yeah, it's me, Matt. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Who wins in a fight, Darth Vader or Spider-Man? I feel like it has to be Darth Vader. Can't he just like lift him into space? Yeah, Luso, you get it. I mean, I don't even think Force Choke... I don't know if Force Choke could crush Spider-Man's throat because Spider-Man's real tough, but I think if you just yeet Spider-Man into the vacuum of space? Oh, Alec, no, I missed you in Wolf Tees. What's your... Oh, Wolf has... What's your thoughts on the TMNT lands? I think they're cute. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? What's happening? We're 30 minutes into stream. What's happening to me? Hold on. Advanced. Turtle lands, dog. Machine, give me what I want. You know what I crit. That's my fucking fault. That's my fucking fault. Alright, I'll go back to the mines. I'll go back to the fucking mines. Yeah, these fucking rip. These are awesome. Tony Chopper, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. You typed E, dog. You typed E. You for real just searched lands. Little Beastie, there have been times on this stream where I will be referencing like a specific color of a commander and I'll be like, give me White Cloud. And then I'll just get nothing. And then I just get nothing. Yeah, I've looked up Boros. It's in the search history. I've looked up Boros Sephiroth in Skyfall. Yeah, Siri, pull up Bad Cloud. Fucking hilarious. And then let me look for Elegman's question, and then let me pull up the order for today. We gotta rip into it. We gotta rip into it. Okay, so today I'm looking for Bad Cats, Otter Pirate, Emperor Trumbendlov, Drollmai, and Astra. I'm gonna keep scrolling. Are you kidding me, Mald? I like Marina Vendrell. The problem with her was that they needed to make better room cards and room accessories. Room stat decks should be allowed to exist. Rooms are cool. I don't disagree with that, but they like that's not the world that we live in, and so Marina Vendrell is unusable. That's it. Wait 5 years. We'll go back to Duskmorn. Have a good day. Yes, Geo. That's fine. What I'm hearing is we need more rooms and sets. Exactly. And it's not hard to put in. Like, you need a set with buildings. I think Universes Beyond missed on the opportunity to add a bunch of rooms because it could have just been like Pizza Parlor. Oh, do you guys think we're getting Shawarma Restaurant in Marvel Superheroes? I use Marina Vendrell. I mill 7. I fetch Shawarma Restaurant. Could be something. Could be something. For best, thank you for the 20-bit message effect. Thoughts on discard as a deck archetype for Commander Mald? I think it's bad. I think it's bad and it's weak and it's no good. Because here's your problem. In bracket 1 and 2, very anti-fun. It's very like... It's very ha ha ha, I'm so evil, mwah ha 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 ha, but everybody's just bored rather than truly suffering. And then in bracket 3 and 4... discard is just not very strong. Like, you have to high roll so high to be able to hold down the entire table. Like, the best discard commander we've gotten is Kefka, and you shouldn't even be doing discard as an archetype. He's just making people discard and drawing you a bunch of cards. Like, if he didn't draw you a bunch of cards on top of it, the discard part would be fucking worthless. So discard is an archetype. If you have an extremely masochistic play group, then it can be fun at lower power, but at higher power you can't keep up, and at lower power you smell bad. So it's just terrible. Discard plus Turgid is what I'm talking about. Like, that's weak. That is a weak deck. It is just a notorious pub stomp deck. Because I think you can build it really cheap. I don't know how Turgid is, how much Turgid costs, but like all of the discard stuff is not very expensive. And so it's one of those like preeminent, my reputation precedes me. Oh, this deck is $50 and it's going to make you hate me. And it's like, yeah, budget doesn't relate that strongly to power level. What about Dr. Eggman, or does he not count as discard? He's fine. I mean, you have a choice, so you're not forcing people to discard, but he's also very weak. Depends how you build Turgid? No, it doesn't. I made a Tiny Bones discard deck, got hated out of every game super early. If I so much as made the pod discard like 3 cards each, yeah, that'll ruin a game. Like, we still have the friendly mulligan. People won't even mulligan to 6 to get a opening hand that plays Magic. We can't handle putting a card to the bottom of the deck. You want me to put something in my graveyard, you crazy motherfucker? You gotta sell that somewhere else. No, 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 no. And then at the power level where I'm happy with that, I'm comboing before you do anything with Tiny Bones. But yeah, you just can't do it. Because it doesn't speed up how quickly you win. If you're trying to do something nasty and low power, the nasty thing you do has to speed up how quickly you win. There's still a lot to navigate after that. Like, if it's too fast, people will call you a pub stomper. But a discard deck, if it's working, you don't actually make the game shorter. Most other decks, if the thing you're doing is working and you're winning, you make the game shorter because you end the game by killing everybody. But discard is one of the only archetypes where your 100% win condition does not shave any turns off the game. If anything, you add more turns. It's horrible. Okay, and I'm still waiting for proof of life from Bad Cats, Otter, Emperor, Trombadlov, Drolomai, and Astra. If you're in chat, please sound off and I will grab your deck list. Astra's here. God bless you, Astra. Otter Pirates here. God bless you, Otter. Gilmain, thank you for the 17 month at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. What's the backlog of these deck reviews look like? So we sell them at the beginning of every month, and I only sell 1 month in advance. So we're full for this month. Blue Ran, yes, the deck reviews are sold out. You generally, guys, deck reviews go on sale the first Sunday of every month at noon Pacific. You have about 2 hours to buy one, and then they're sold out for the month. Pedgman, tomorrow's Veggie Wagon. Do you consider discard and wheel deck different? Yeah, they're very different. They're both annoying, but wheel people at least have more cards. I mean, if everyone is stuck empty-handed by a discard strat, I just throw in the towel. I feel like part of the problem with discard is folks just don't throw in the towel. That is true, and nobody wants to do that at bracket 2. It's like in, I'm going to say something that might be provocative. I promise it's not intentionally so. It's like in MMA. If you're watching really high-level MMA and somebody just like wins with judo, you're like, wow, they're really, really good. And if you're watching like low-level MMA and you watch somebody win with judo, you're like, you're a bitch. Why didn't you hit that guy? That's bracket 2. And judo is winning by making people scoop. Control is just, it's just not a respectable win condition below a certain power level. Because it's too easy. It's too easy below a certain power level. I don't get that line of thinking. I'm super ready to give up. I'm backing down immediately. Oh, I will personally concede instantly. I'm just saying when people sit down for a bracket 2 game, the expectation is not that I'm going to lose an economic war of attrition. Because at bracket 2, I won't even talk about bracket 1 because that's exhibition. Bracket 2 is like, we are explicitly goofing around. Like, we're doing bracket 2, it's goof around time. And so if the thing that happens in goof around time is you kill me with carbon monoxide poisoning, like, I'm not playing with you anymore. Personally, I'm not going to crash out on you. I'm just going to understand that the way I like to goof around is different than how you like to goof around, and we can't goof around together. And yeah, as Lifeguard says, in bracket 2 specifically, like, the way you build bracket 2 decks, it's usually very, very easy to kneecap people. Okay. Let's see what we're starting with. We're going to start with Otter Pirate. Otter Pirate has sent in a scary deck for us today. Holy shit, it has Kona as the preview picture. Primer, I want to establish Ovia early, then dump creatures to control the board and beat my opponents with hammers. Maybe needs more control effects. It was formerly a Kona-less, so anything you see that would be too Kona-centric can die. And this is scary? Okay, scary. All right, we got... Somebody can't handle the haunted house. Let me see what else. This is a little spooky. This is a little... Bro's crying on the hayride. This is scary. Holy fuck. Okay, the banyan tree. All right, it looks pretty. Real. Mana cheating. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a fucking hero. Protection. I'm scared. You got me there, Otter. I'm getting scared. I'm getting real fucking scared right now. Holy shit. I'm going to strap you into MTG Arena and make you play 10 games of Brawl before you call this shit scary to my face again. Okay, threats. Not true. Not true, not true. Alright, alright, alright. So let's have a little bit of a reassessment. Otter, let's have a little bit of a reassessment right now. Is this deck, in your opinion, an actual top of the line powerful deck, or is this the limit of what your pod will accept? Because this looks like a bracket 2 deck to me. This looks like a goof around funny time deck. Because we got a little bit of stacks. We got a little bit of hit you. We got some tutors, which is I think the only thing that's bringing it up brackets is I can look for specific stuff. But the specific stuff we're bringing out, 33 lands, fucking okay, man. Okay, man. 11 ramp, brave of you. How bold. How bold. We got 11 ramp spells to get out our 4-mana commander before they're shot one time. Untap. This is good. This is the type of stuff you do need for this. We have 6 untappers, we have a few tutors, we have a couple removal spells. God, Ancient Adamantoise system protection is killing me, dude. So let's talk about this deck. Runs my pod, which are basically the only people I play with. Okay, so I think your pod is probably removal light, based on what I'm seeing here. If we're laying down a creature, if we're laying down a creature that takes multiple turns to pay off, then the removal's probably pretty light in this pod. We have mana cheaters in case we don't get our commander down. We have a couple pieces of draw. It's funny that abundance is actually fucking great here, because we need to make sure we don't draw lands. Big mana, sure, in case Ovia gets shot. I think what I worry most about is speed, because you have 11 ramp, which is like a roughly normal amount of ramp, but you have a normal amount of ramp for a very low amount of lands. So we do our free mull. I guess this is fine. Well, actually, it's not that fine. Yeah, okay. This is what I'm worried about, because we have the concentrations in our deck seem to me like I'm either gonna get enough lands, enough ramp, or a threat to put down, and I might get 2 out of the 3, but my ability to get 3 out of the 3 is incredibly limited. And that makes me nervous for you. Because if I go, alright, land dork, I'm a god. Land Gaia's Cradle at home, I'm a god. Land Ovia. And I even got an untapper, but I have dick all else to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I can float 3 mana, which doesn't do a whole lot. Actually, no, it does. No, it does. I can vomit. So I put these 2 in, I bounce a forest, and I untap this guy, I tap for 5, and then I harmonize. I love Gaia's Cradle. I should still have a mana floating, so then I Worldly Tutor. Never mind, deck's fucking great. And now we come to the issue of what the fuck can I grab that will take over this game? And that's probably what I doubt the most. Maybe it's Avenger of Zendikar, but if I'm doing my calculations right, this is going to get me 2 plants, which is a few hedges short of a shrubbery. We don't have Craterhoof. We don't have Craterhoof. We have Craterhoof at home. Right, Gnawbone, nothing beats that. That's the issue, is that nothing beats that, and we should have something that beats that. You could get Void Winnower. I feel like it's Apex Devastator and just hope we Value Town them. Because am I going to have the mana for this? I will if I bounce another forest, for sure. So I go this, I have... I have 5 creatures, 2 of whom tap for mana, so I have 7 mana. I tap out and I hard cast Void Winnower. Or fucking Apex Devastator. Oh, my YouTube tab crashed. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Okay. So we go Apex Devastator, Cascade 4 times. I get fucking Tamio Safekeeping, amazing. Seedborn Muse, that's really good. Why not use Ovia? Because if I use Ovia, I don't get the Cascade trigger, searching. This is a put. This is put, and Cascade is cast only. I get Vorinclex, and I get Kogla. Isn't that sweet? This seems pretty close to God for how this deck operates. Keyboard, they did say it used to be a Kona deck. I do think there are ways to make the Ovia version of this deck function better. Turn 4, and this isn't scary. Well, we're considering right now this is the high roll. I refuse to believe there is a single luckier sequence of events than this. And I'm more thinking about, let's see, what clock do we have on people? We have 2, 9, 16, 26, 27 if I swing this guy. So now I can start killing players, and it takes 2 turns a player from here. And this is with no interaction. Nobody is attempting to stop me. We do not have a Regal Force. Like, I think what I'm questioning is what I assumed when I saw I have a scary deck was like Blightsteel. Because this is, somebody's gonna die now. Do I even get this haste? We also don't even have haste enabling. So it's now, I pass to everybody else. If anybody has a board wipe, I'm fucked for the game. Anybody has a single board wipe, I am fucked for the entire game. That's another thing that I'm worried about. I have a very good blocking situation. So if I'm in a pod that has, if my pod has Rule 0 banned farewell, yeah, this deck is fucking amazing. Jay Arlington, thank you for the raid, my friend. I hope you're having a good stream. We're currently looking at a terrifying Ovia deck. Okay, so here, and then again, we come back to the concentration issue. We have all big dickheads to rip. We have no ramp. So we take our free mulligan. We have 1 land, no ramp. We go down to 6. We have 1 piece of ramp, and we have Sylvan Library, and we have a guy who might make it to the big time. I am going to put this dumbass turtle to the bottom. Bam, bam. Turn 3. I can put these back. I go this. I go this. Turn 4. I put these back because I don't need them. So now I'm playing my commander on curve. I can put these back. I just play my forest. I tap. I get an unhasted Gnawbone. Circle of Dreams Druid is really doing the Lord's work. See, the thing is, I don't think we want beans because we want to be putting these guys in. We want to be cheating them in. We don't want to be casting them as a backup. Casting them as a backup, that should make us unhappy. Right, somebody, and if anybody shocks Llanowar elves, which they should, and I'm going to tell you this, just Otter, to drive home that this is more about your pod than you. If you were playing with adults, the moment they see you not play the moment they see you miss a land drop with the Llanowar elves on the field, they should go bang bang, and then you concede. So now we have Gnawbone. This is a crazy addition. This is a crazy addition in a deck that should be winning combat every single time. We go Railway. I can hit, make 7 treasures. I can put Zapandrel in. And then they become, it's equal to power. And then I'm going to double after this. And then we keep, so what I don't like is we are consistently ending up in positions where we do not have lethal and we are completely out of cards. I'm not a big fan of that. If we want to have a properly scary green deck, it's okay to be in a situation where you're empty-handed. Not every color can prepare for every situation, and the only situation green can prepare for is somebody changing their diaper for them. Every other situation, you just get shit all over you. We don't run Beastmaster Ascension. I think it's probably just better creatures or more soft loops. Because Maze of the Ith is crazy cope. You are the mono green. You are mono green rocket fuel. You should just murder everybody. If Maze of Ith is necessary to save you, you deserve to lose that game. So there are better individual threats we could run, but it's mostly things like Blightsteel. And if your pod doesn't like that, then too bad for them. We also have to hit the manual ad break, so Twitch, you're getting banished for a few minutes while I consider how to save this poor soul. So let me look at what... Yeah, we like Bane of Progress. That makes sense. So Otter, let's enter the reflection stage of this. If you played a Blightsteel, would you be invited to the next barbecue? Is it acceptable to upgrade? Is it acceptable to play more threatening creatures, or is it not acceptable to? Because if it's not acceptable to, we take the deck in a different direction than if it is acceptable to play more threatening things. They have a Galta Ormus. They have the Galta that lets you vomit your hand. Can we see the card draw package again? No, it'll give you a contact, stupid. I could probably play more threatening creatures. Yeah, okay. So if we want to do scary, then I am going to recommend Blightsteel. That is the penultimate. You let me activate this commander's ability once, I'm going to kill you. But that is true. Can you elaborate on runs your pod? Is your pod like holy? How many times have you been board wiped in the last month, brother? This is an important moment for the future of your Magic the Gathering career. How many times have you been board wiped in the last month? Like 3 to 4 times. Okay, no, that's a good sign. How many games is that? Because we can build a deck. It's fine for you to have a deck where if you get board wiped, you're fucked. Too many people are cowards and are afraid of anything bad ever happening to them, and so they are like, oh, I have to build my deck such that it can recover from every situation. No, it doesn't. You can throw yourself off of the cliff. If the rocket inside your ass has enough fuel in it, you'll still get to the moon. So if your pod is willing to board wipe you, that's fine. What I want us to get to is the two paths in front of you are, we can build a deck where if you get board wiped, you're fucked. But if you don't get board wiped, you win. And if you don't want to do that, which we don't have right here, this is I win eventually. And if you don't want to do that, then we can have, let me build an Ovia deck that's just going to keep coming. And even if you board wipe me, I'm going to be back next turn. Three games a week. Okay, that's fine. Then let's go on the road of you're going to play Blightsteel Colossus. And we're going to look for other big threatening green creatures that are better than... I'm going to currently designate the problem pair as... Not even the problem pair. The problem group. The group of creatures I dislike. Ashaya, Railway Brawler, Arasta, Vigor, Zapandrel... Canopy Gargantuan, Avenger of Zendikar. What I dislike about all these creatures is they take time to pay off. Canopy Gargantuan's probably the best because its payoff on the next upkeep is very... Yes, it's almost like the entire threats category. Its payoff on the next upkeep is pretty good. You go from a 7/7 to a 14/14. And then if I have other creatures, they get bigger commensurate to their power and toughness. But like Arasta, we're making 1/2s at moderate speed based on your description of the pod as being creature focused. Ashaya, we had 1 to 4 lands in play that whole game. Railway Brawler. This requires me to not only cheat in Railway Brawler, but then begin casting my other guys. Vigor is that's you being afraid of combat as the green player. Avenger of Zendikar, this would be good if you were ramping with lands, but we're not, and we don't really want to be. We want to be doing like creature ramp because that Circle of Dreams Druid is saving you. Ashaya counts other creatures, but again, we shouldn't be trying to go that wide. Like, this is gonna be like a fucking 6/6. Versus Sire of Seven Deaths. 1,000,000 keywords, I hit you immediately, you lose life to target him. Job done. It that betrays, I sacrifice your shit and I get it. Void Winnower, I'm fucking massive and you can't cast half of your stuff. So there's like broad categories of thing we want to care about. Let me go to the zoo. This is a very well-developed archetype. This is a very like on the rails archetype that has been solved by people smarter than me. Now it's also going to have been solved by people dumber than me. Elegman, thank you for the Prime sub for the 8th month in a row. Yeah, there's our boy Blightsteel. Galta. Let's look at this guy. Genuinely better threat than half the shit you have in here. I think Galta outpaces Avenger of Zendikar in this deck because of how few lands you have and how little land ramp you have. So this isn't even, oh, ha ha ha, I dropped Blightsteel, I'm so evil. This is just like, hey man, I gotta get damage on board. I gotta get fucking damage out here. Kodama of the East Tree is more cheatery, but I don't think you need more cheatery right now. Apex Altasaur would also be good for controlling other people's boards. And it's a 10/10. We just want fucking stat lines. We want big honking stat lines that kill people. And then is there a reason we have Diet Craterhoof instead of real Craterhoof? We should have that guy. I thought we had Titan of Industry. Surak and Goreclaw are fine. Maybe OP doesn't have money. It's a $1,200 deck. I hope you don't have any more. It is just a 10/10. All here at Castle will do it for you. Fierce Empath will do it for you. Another thing that will probably work is upping the tutor density for creatures specifically. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. If you wanted to commit, so this is where I think we pick a lane and we commit to it. We can't be dipping our toes in the stacks pond. Either we got to be that motherfucker or we got to not be that motherfucker. I think for you, still fuck Soul Ring, but the way you fuck Soul Ring is you take it and you beat them to death with it. I don't think we have to turn it off. Yeah, wear down, same shit. Like, we just want to Mono green loot does not go crazy in this deck. Why do we all... It's green. That doesn't mean they have lands. Creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control. We are getting a 3-drop. We are getting a fucking 3-drop out of this guy. Don't chat to me. So there is Fierce Empath. There is... Damn. The other guy. There's a new card coming out that's like a 3-mana tutor guy. Where is this fucker? Formidable Speaker. I don't think you have to Hulk. I think your Hulk lines suck. Respectfully. Respectfully. I think your Protean Hulk lines are really bad. If we wanted to... Like, if we wanted to do something that was adjacent, instead of having more ways to cheat stuff out of hand, we should just Yi-San. Because we already have untappers. We have a lot of dorks. We have a lot of low mana cost tutors, untappers, protection guys that we really don't want to be drawing. And so rather than having like an extra Kona, or rather than having any of this other shit you put in the deck where we're trying to cheat other stuff out of hand, I would much rather get Yi-San on the board to cheat other things out of my deck to set up for the next Ovia turn and to help with, like, you're not going to meaningfully deck then unless you get to activate this guy like 10 fucking times. But that would make Collector Oof playable if you had another guy. Let's see who we would want to grab out. I don't want to grab you. I might want to grab Selvala. Oh, look, it was already in the deck. Everybody arguing about, oh my god, he can't play a card that's not out till Lorwyn. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We could grab Selvala, we could grab Formidable Speaker, we can grab Halfling, Llanowar Elves. Do we have a 2-drop? This is insane. Insane, dog. We could grab Scrib Ranger for an untapper. We could grab Seeker of Skybreak as an untapper. Yeah, I think you have enough things between 1 and 3 that this guy would actually do a lot of work for you, because there are plenty of turns where you have mana left over. And we have mana left over, but we don't have anything in our hand to cheat out. So I think he should come in. We talked about getting Fierce Empath as another tutor. That just makes everything a little bit smoother. What can we do to kill people more better? I think Vaultborn Tyrant should be here for a little bit of hand refill. And that way, if you get board wiped, you still have him. Apex, Altasaur, and Galta just hit really fucking hard. That's true. You can Cactuar, actually, because you have Trample in the command zone. We have Eldrazi already. I think that's pretty fucking funny, right? Ovia's just everything has Trample. Attacking one of your opponents. Hell yes. Hell yes, dog. Ivar is a good suggestion. Ooh, Tyvar the Pummeler. Yeah, Tyvar the Pummeler would be really good. This is another way to crater hoof at home. This is a crater hoof that we can get off of Yisan. This is a crater hoof that we can hard cast without needing to cheat them out. Yeah, I think this guy's very useful for you. I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Earthshaker Giant. Do we have that? Do we want that? I mean, this is another just get Craterhoof. If we're gonna get this guy, we should just get Craterhoof. Like, the benefit of Tyvar is not that he has this ability, it's that he has this ability while being easy to tutor with Yisan, while being easy to tutor or easy to hardcast, and being able to protect himself from a board wipe. The other things I would add are... I realize you have Bane of Progress. Creatures having haste is very good for you. You could also... If people are bullying you, play this Serac. If they're not bullying you and you want to bully them, play this Serac. I realize it's another trample enabler, but it's also a haste enabler, which is dope. We do not want a Chroma's Memorial. I will second the recommendation for Cream of the Crop. When we get a big guy enter, we can use it to set up our next big guy. Isn't that fucking amazing? Isn't that fucking amazing? And so the cuts I'm going to recommend for this. Harmonize. Elvish Piper. Ancient Adamantoise. Collector Oof. Wear Down. Arasta the Endless Web. Ashaya Soul of the Wild. Avenger of Zendikar. Endray's Forerunners, but that should be laterally swapped to Craterhoof. Maze of fucking Ith. Emerald Medallion, just get another dork. Perfection. And then you get all these big assholes in who draw you cards and hit people really hard and cheat out more creatures from your deck. And then you put Yisan in and you fucking clap very loudly. And you clap extremely loudly. I'm not totally sold on Evolutionary Leap because our creatures are split. Like, we have more misses than we have hits. And most of our creatures we want to stick around. Oh, you could do Lumra. I really don't believe in Lumra, actually. You could do it if you like bears. Why Yisan over Birthing Pod? Most of our guys we want to keep, and we don't have a win the game combo. Simple as. Like, we're not going to Birthing Pod into anything that wins instantly in any type of realistic timescale, but we could Yisan into an untapper to Yisan into a tutor, and then the next thing we play after that can win the game. Yes, we did recommend other Galta. Otter, I'm assigning you Squirrel from Ice Age type beat on account of the fact that it looks like every time you saw a creature that made you happy, you just shoved it in the deck list and you were like, I think I'm a monster. You're not a monster. I love you. I love you. We're gonna make you a monster. Hit people with infect damage, bestie. We're not switching commanders, just the 99. We can keep Ovia. So Otter, thank you for submitting. Next, I think we're gonna move to Astra. We're gonna do a 1-minute ad break for Twitch to make sure we have time for all of Astra's deck. So Otter, if you have any questions, concerns, qualms with the path I have laid before you, let me know. You are wrong, but I will talk you through why. Vladimir, I don't think we need to do Goreclaw. I don't think we need to... I really don't think stacking cost reduction is the way to go. I think we need more reliability. We don't want to feel like the hands are gambling as much as they are right now. Mono green's always going to be gambling. We just want to take the edge off. Because like right now, ooh, look at me here. I have a really good untapper, but I have no ramp. I just have Collector Oof and Hope. So I go this, I go Aquarian Ranger that will not be used. I have Collector Oof. It is now turn 5. I put in Sire of 7 Deaths. Oh, look, I can untap. What the fuck would I untap it for? And you might go, oh, well, hey, you still got to put Sire of 7 Deaths into play with protection, and it's turn 5. I could do that with 3 visits. I could do this by cultivating. That's my main problem with the deck, is a lot of the hands just lead to like the same type of play pattern as if you would just cast normal ramp. And if we're gonna be cheating at Magic, I want us to fucking cheat. Like, this is the gas hand. A little bit. Never mind. So I'm gonna turn 3 do this. Turn 3, play my commander. No protection. If anybody's mad at me, they just get to kill me. Bam, slam this in. My creatures have hexproof. I play this, I untap Ovia. Bam, slam this in, I untap everything. This is like the dream. This is the dream value situation, and because we don't have enough card draw, we don't have enough tutor density, and our threats aren't big enough, all we're doing with this is I'm getting like a moderately imposing board. And I have hexproof, which is great. But there are genuinely worlds in which the Naya Dinosaur player is still outpacing me. That's terrifying to me. That's what I don't want to have happen. So I want our threats to upgrade a little bit. And we can still have, like, these pieces aren't necessarily wrong. It's Endrays that I dislike the most. Like, if we had Craterhoof in hand, I would be like, this is the high roll. We slam the rest of our creatures and then slam Craterhoof, and then we win. I've done it. Yeah, you could put Lurking Predators in this deck. That's one of my favorite green cards. Green Rhystic Study. The blue-white player untaps and board wipes. How do we recover? We don't, and that's fine. Not every deck has to be able to recover from its counterplay. But if your deck's not going to be able to recover from the counterplay, it needs to win the game if you don't play the counterplay. And this hand, or the hand we just had, doesn't win. It might win eventually one day if people don't have a good blocking situation. But that's very different from bam, 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 my board is full of guys. Bam, 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 my guys have all gotten a questionable substance injected into their buttocks by Craterhoof Behemoth, and now I kill you. Hey Mauled, off topic I know, but what's the kindest way I can explain to the artifact combo player in my pod that me putting explosive entry in both my Feather and Hanada decks is me sending him a message? Just say that. Take a Sharpie. I don't know what this guy's name is. If he's an artifact player, it's probably like Clark or Brent. And you just write on the card, for Brent. And you show it to him every time you cast it. You write a little note on it that says, does not work if cast at somebody not named Brent. And then they'll get the message. Soul Hunter, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have you ever seen a Krenko mob boss and Sting work together? It gets bad. Yeah, only in my nightmares, dog. That's how you get ants. That's how you get ants. Okay, Astra, are we still here? We're also still looking for Bad Cats and Tromidlov Drolmai, who should be on YouTube any minute now. All right, Astra's still here. Tremendous. Yes, Gally, you're still good to go today, but I wasn't calling you yet because it wasn't 2. Okay, Astra has sent in silly comma spooky. Silly in the sense that robots come out of eggs. Spooky in the sense that a turn 4 11-11 cannon will happen at least once. Step 1, get commander. Step 2, make an egg. Step 3, sack it. Step 4, question mark. Step 5, win with a giant army of robots. Beautiful. So this is Atla Palani. Me when I get my hands on attractive robot. Holy shit. I thought I was finally going to get a deck that wasn't all hot people, but I guess Astra just has some very, very specific tastes. Alright, so Atla Palani, we make an egg. We break an egg to make an omelet, but the omelet is a sexy machine. Horrifying. Good mana base TM, 36, questionable. 4 mana commander, maybe. We'll see how much ramp you have. Moon Crater Mirror Breaker. I have no idea what that means, but that is a good tutor. Mother of all omelets. Oh. Where are my robots? Where the fuck are my robots, dog? New chassis online. This is a modular 2 commander. Not commander. Modular 2. This is a 4 mana 2/2. Why is Welder in here? Oh. The Robolings. Wow, this is bad. I am amazed. I am... Holy shit. We got Ultra Magnus. Genuinely impressive. Fuck yeah, Darksteel Juggernaut. This is who you want to fuck? This looks like a recycling center. I don't even know if you could get a full $1 from this out of the transfer factory, man. Oh, we got a pretty bright glass Gear Hulk. No, these are the children. Okay. Weird looking kid, man. The Valuelings. Holy shit. There it is. This is my Atla Palani robot deck. By the way, I have nearly as many non-robot generic value hits as I do robots. Please don't bully me. Let me look at what you left in the notes. I think what is... Okay, what I'm most confused by is what cards are activating the most dopamine for us. Because some of this modular shit looks like it was put in when we had dreams of a weird combo and has slowly but surely degraded the deck into here's my pile of guys. But we obviously know what the really good cards are because we have quite a few numbers of very, very good cards. So was there one guy we wanted to be the hero of the story? Holy, God forbid, was this built from collection? Did you go to your artifact box and just grab everything that was 4 mana and up? Let me just see how it plays. Every deck's theme is beholden to the playtest. So we have 2 lands. I have a sack outlet. No. No, no, no. Okay. Now I have lands. I don't have my colors fixed. I'm making you keep this theoretical hand. Land. 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 Turn 4, Atla Palani as God intended. Turn 5, 2 mana. I crank out an egg. Can I do anything else? Oh, I could have Takesia's welcomed. So I do that first, then I make the egg, I get my extra card. Hell yeah. I swear to fucking God, if I have to greater good discard 3 cards just to sack this egg, I will do it, but I will be mad. I will be mad as fuck. Naraki, thank you for the Prime sub for the 5th month in a row. Wowza. I'm gonna Ortheon. Because then if I Ortheon, I can do it. I can crank out a second egg. Very good co-parenting situation right here. Not the top, bro. That's fine. Okay, now my evil plan can come into effect. I can make a token copy of this egg. The token copy of this egg will get sacrificed at end step. And Atla can continue producing eggs. I can also senseis, and I can check senseis to see what this egg is going to sack into. And it just gets the next creature, right? So I can get the Colossus of Akros. I'll put them in that order. Egg goes away. Oh no! I have a 10/10 defender! I did all this shit for a statue? I feel like what this deck got built upon was the mental image of a giant robot popping out of an egg, and then I think we got too lost along the way trying to make it actually good, and we should have just committed to that vibe. Like, what's genuinely clogging you up here is having, like, token doublers and power toughness enhancers and this dog shit called finishers. You almost have, like... You have the potential for, like, a bracket 1 Atla Palani deck on your hand. Like, Wormcoil Engine coming out of an Easter egg, that is a funny image. And we have allowed too much of the generic Naya token advice to poison your brain. You don't need token doublers to have Wormcoil Engine pop out of an Easter egg. You need ramp for your fucking commander, and we need some level of top deck control. Then I don't know what's going on with the modular creatures. You need to meditate about that one. So Astra, can I get you to weigh in here on am I correct in pegging you as we thought about the image of a child going on an Easter egg hunt and Wormcoil Engine leaping out of an egg and devouring them, being the progenitus or the progenitor of this deck? More or less. Okay. At what point along the way did we start adding in all these token doublers? Instead of ramp. Untagged instance. Okay, that's fine. Last March of the Ents is fine. Vandal Blast Me, I dare you. Sure. I wanted to find a funny creature type to come out of the eggs. Oh, so did you start with Atla Palani and then go robots might make this reasonable and then you put Kiki Jiki in there anyway? Because at that point I have to put you down. If we started from a premise of I want to play Atla Palani, but I don't want it to be like every other Atla Palani deck, anyway, here's Oher Tak, I'm going to have to put you in the chair, Astra. And I'm going to cry while I do it, but I'm going to hold up a picture of pretty flowers for you. Because we want Atla to be different. Token doublers and token creators that double my eggs will eventually double some of the robot tokens. The keyword there is eventually. If we want the deck to feel good, I'm a big believer in you should not be doing A plus B plus C equals I'm happy. And you're doing maybe even A plus B plus C plus D. Let me count. We need Atla. That's A. After we get Atla, we need a sack outlet. That's B. Then we need a robot. That's C. And now we need a token doubler on top of it. That's D. Yeah, we're fucking up alphabet soup right now. We can't be doing that. We can't be walking down Sesame Street trying to pull these combos off. So I'm a big believer in A plus B equals happy. The way we would get A plus B equals happy is if we had a deck where the only creatures you had were hilarious robots. And then it could be A is Atla Palani, B is Sack Outlet. As soon as that happens, I get a funny robot. I think it's possible to live in that world. It's just a little bit tough because then we can't use creature ramp. We can't use creature top deck control. Right, but Queef, egg doubler funny robot doesn't do anything because our robots don't necessarily make tokens. So it might mean two funny robots, but I would rather have us be more reliable. I would rather have us more reliably hit the funny robot than I would try to make two eggs. Is A plus B plus C even fine when is A plus B plus C fine when A is the commander or not? It's all down to personal preference, but I find it leads to less satisfying decks. A plus B plus C, where A is in the command zone, is certainly... I mean, Derek, respectfully, this is not the stream for you then. Quite frankly. Because I'm not out here trying to improve decks mechanically. I'm trying to help achieve an artistic vision, and I hate A plus B plus C plus D equals happy. So if you're somebody who wants A plus B plus C plus D equals happy... good for you, get the fuck up out of here. We can add situations where 4 things can combine to make me even happier, but the way I build decks and the way I try to shape decks is always making it such that the bare minimum resolution makes me happy. Like I need us guaranteed that the thing is happening every single fucking time, and then we can have layers on top of that. Well, Tips, we only need commander and sack outlet, and then it's just a question of density. Like, what density are we fucking up? What funny creatures are we giving up in the hopes of getting 2 creatures? That's what I don't like. Exalted Sunborn is effectively a spiritual death. Ames, oh my god, thank you very much for the raid. We're talking about why you go to hell if you play green. But I hope you had a good stream, bestie. So let's talk about why Exalted Sunborn is a spiritual death. What I dislike about Exalted Sunborn is we put Exalted Sunborn in instead of a card that made us happy for the chance at being happier later. Exalted Sunborn is like a dopamine lottery ticket, which I really don't like buying because it's very possible to get guaranteed dopamine. Ben Harrell, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. And I think the same goes for Kiki Jiki. I think the same goes for Jolly Balloon Man. I'm a little bit better about Determined Iteration, but what I really don't like... Well, I'm not debating if you should put Blightsteel in Astra. What I really don't like is I don't like when we're increasing the chance that we miss a funny robot to hit another value piece. Oh, that is... My spirit cries out in anguish if I miss a funny robot to hit a fucking doubler creature. My god. And maybe we can keep the best ones of these in, but in my perfect world, what we would keep is... I would keep any enchantment or artifact-based versions of this. Right? If I can get non-creature versions, that's fine, because then when the egg dies, the egg is always going to hit a funny robot. I just want every egg to turn into a funny robot. If this was the deck you sold to me, like if you told me, hey guys, let's have some fun. I'm playing my Atla Palani Attractive Robots deck, and you flip Exalted Sunborn. Oh! A group chat without you is getting made at the end of that game, I promise you. You go, yeah, check out my goofy robot deck. Here's O'Hare Tak. We crashing. So I like that we have a lot of non-creature ramp. I think we could do with a little bit more of it. I think this deck does really want to play Atla ahead of curve instead of land dropping into playing Atla. Pyrohemia is clever. This is insane. This is insane. We have so many funny cards we could have. We don't need legally distinct Craterhoof. I think Zopandrel is also unnecessary to this plan. These are fine. I feel like Enduring Innocence, though, we could just turn into Caretaker's Talent. This is also another way to get a token copy of a thing that we want. I mean, you could use it to get 0/0 eggs, and then we also kill our commander. So I wasn't liking that very much. I feel like this only works in the world where we have 5 eggs, which is also not the world I want us to exist in. And so we may just be differing there. I feel like the deck could do with some mirror if the goal is to make it about funny robots come out of eggs. I don't think it's necessarily that the robot itself has to be funny and cute. I think the robot can kill you with hammers. Mirror are a little too weak. We do not want to have cheap creatures in this deck. If we have cheap creatures in this deck, those are things that we might hit off an egg dying versus a big giant idiot who's going to kill you with a hammer. So Enduring Innocence could become Caretaker's Talent, and it's going to get you just as much card draw without messing up the lottery chances. This is correct. This is correct. This is great. God, you are just so EDH wreck-brained. Holy fuck. We're just... How many Legos do we own, Astra? There's Jolly Balloon Man. I mean, this sacks at end step. I don't like him. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I can kind of mess with Ortheon just because that 9 mana ability is crazy. That 9 mana ability is insane. I don't like Exalted Sunborn, I don't like Kiki Jiki, and I don't like O'Hare Tak. Reclaimer's a little cute. These are cute enough. You can keep these. They're running the altar. I don't think we have quite enough ramp. We could probably do with, at minimum, wild growth. And there's probably a few others that I'm just not thinking of right now that'll be like enchantment or artifact-based ways, like ways that are not creatures, because we don't want to clog up the ability to flip an ala. And then the Robolings. Let's see, who are the good ones that we could flip into? The best ones are probably Threefold Thunderhulk, Ancient Stone Idol, Darksteel Colossus, Wormcoil, Combustible Gearhulk. Hey, Donkey, we're not using Clanker. But yeah, I have no fucking idea why this guy's here. We have like no... What non-creature art... 25? Where are these? Oh, these are counting creature artifacts. Yeah, like... How do we save this? So Astras, your perfect world, I have 3 Darksteel Colossi on my board. Your perfect world is I've watched the Iron Giant more times than you and he loves me more than he loves you. No, my artifact creatures get all of those things regardless of if they were changed from non-creature to a creature. What do you mean? Oh, it's just to give melee trample haste. Okay. Yeah, so we're not making the... We're just... Oh. You didn't tell me we were okay with playing bad cards. No. Oh my lord. It's like an 8 mana white enchantment. Dog. What is this card? Anyway, if we're fucking that guy up just for keywords, there are a million better things we can be doing. Yeah, Legion loyalty. We can just do this. We have Cybermen Squadron already. But if our dream is to have a million artifacts, then Legion loyalty is far superior to giving them melee trample haste. Depressed UM, thank you for the $5 super chat. This deck is not giving Iron Giant pooping out the stripper cake, and it should. I agree. I think that it's... I really just think that the curve is too... Not the curve. Curve's the wrong term for this, because curve typically refers to mana. I think the deck is too cluttered with value creatures to really live this dream. And we're also moving very, very slowly. I'll just fucking value top. I go get a mountain. Very slowly is fine for Silly Spooky or not. Moving slowly is not a death sentence in Silly Spooky, but I don't think it's moving slowly for good reasons. I think it's moving slowly for reasons that are antithetical to what we want to be doing anyway. And so then we get to check the top 3 again. Why did that shuffle? I don't fucking care. Who cares? Like if we're gonna spend a really long time. Oh right, I cracked a fetch land. If we're gonna spend a really long time moving slowly, I want to be guaranteed that once we start, it's gonna really pop. And I don't feel that with this deck. I feel like this deck is just kind of lumbering through a Balatro run. Get an egg. Egg copy. Turn 6. What do I get? Hey, robot. We got a robot. Yes. And that's another thing I don't like about moving slowly in a cheat deck is we end up moving at a pace where this is indistinguishable from just playing lands and casting ramp. Right? We land dropped into this guy. She was effectively just a card draw engine. So somebody mills us for 3. They take, holy fuck, that's funny. They take 12. They take 20 damage off of Combustible Gearhulk. I fucking love that. And see, that's what I want for the deck. I want the deck's flips to always look like this. And it doesn't right now because I might flip Enduring Innocence. I might flip O'Hare Talk. I might flip Shalai, Voice of Plenty. I might flip all of these things that ruin the immersion for me when I want to flip Metalworker Colossus. So that's another thing I dislike about the slowness. Who lets you mill with Gearhulk? People who have not taken any damage from me for 6 turns. Troper, we'll talk about that on the break between decks. So what I would prefer to see is we only keep the best utility creatures. What I'm going to call the best utility creatures are Ortheon, Ohertak, these all get to stay because they're big dumb robots. Avacyn, Shalai, maybe those 5. Goblin Welder is just trying to get back one of these big assholes for having a little asshole. But I actually really dislike Craterhoof Behemoth, Moonshaker Cavalry, and Galta because I've never seen a situation where your hand was full enough for this to matter. I could low-key believe in O'Hare Kaslam. So there's like 6 non-robot creatures I believe in, and I really think everything else should be ramp to do this a little bit faster. Or maybe more interesting sack outlets. No! How do I look up cards now? Is there any other service in the world that can look up cards? We can Gatherer. Oh. All right, advanced search. Card name, rules, text. Oh, you know what you could do? You could do Evolutionary Leap. How do I fucking search? Do I have to type in everything for this? J.Wab, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Yeah, we could use EDH Rec as well. Whatever, I'm just gonna pull up this card. So like this is a thing that is a non-creature that is low cost, so we can have this set up by the time Atla comes on board, and we can use it to turn our eggs into guys we get in hand, and it's gonna flip something out. So this is the type of thing I want as our utility. And we already talked about Caretaker's Talent versus Enduring Innocence, but I want the machine. And so if you want to be super value pilled, you can still keep Populate. I really don't think it's worth it for you, but we can keep Populate. Things like Devastating Onslaught are very clever that make you token copies that you get to sacrifice. But what I dislike most is that every time I sacrifice an egg, I am 50-50ing a funny robot and the most boring utility creature I have ever seen. I think that is a big whoopee cushion noise for the bit of this deck. It's very hard to get excited. It's very hard to get excited about the Rock'em Sock'em Robot deck when I have a 55% chance of Rock'em Sock'em Robot and a 45% chance of every Naya EDH rec card. So if we clear out all these creature motherfuckers and we get in Evolutionary Leap and we get in... No idea how to use the search function on this fucking thing. I don't think you have to go permanent only, and I don't think we're going Lurking Predators unless there's like a ton of robots that I'm not aware of. What are the robot types? Golem's a big one. It's really just artifact creature. Sable TK, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the second month in a row. Maybe. I didn't even know there was an MTG manga. How dare you, Scryfall. Yeah, there is a robot type, but the robots don't have too many of the great ones. Because, like, Darksteel Colossus is technically not a robot. Okay, we just have to learn how to use Gatherer. Okay, so you do get one result. Oh, try Aether Hub. Thank you. Well, Scryfall is down for maintenance. Is it up for you, Alec Man? How does... They have to be defining this non-inclusively, because as an additional cost to cast is a line of text on things. That is text that we get to have. So what could be... Like fucking Fling is a card. It is not an additional cost when casting. That seems weird to me. What would the line of text saying as an additional cost to cast? What would the line of text that matches perfectly what is on the card Fling? That just strikes me as a little bit odd, you know? What do you mean we can't? This has to be the wrong card text can't... Dog. Dog. What the fuck do we mean? Okay, so everything but Scryfall is useless at identifying new cards. So let's talk about broad strokes, Astra. Let's talk about broad strokes. If we want to get to a world where we're flipping just a shitload of creatures out, and we want to be making multiple copies, how fucked do we get by things like Twin Flame? To make a token copy, we exile them. So it doesn't do anything with the eggs. We're not going to be able to repeatedly cast it to make just like 5 Darksteel Colossi. And that's really what we want. Flame Shadow Conjuring, I also don't think will do what we want. Actually, maybe it will. Does this sacrifice or exile? It exiles, yeah. I don't think Boros deals in copies a lot. I've not known Gruul to deal in copies a lot. It really is a red thing. We have Devastating Onslaught already. Feldon's neat, but Feldon runs back into the same problem that I want to avoid, which is I want everything we flip to be a fucked up robot. I want, if this deck's bit is going to go off, I want us to flip fucked up robots, and I do not want us to flip random synergy guys. Token copiers that sack over exile is good. Most of what I want is I want a way... to make multiple Darksteel Colossi that does not involve needing to play a shitload of token doublers. Whenever a non-token creature ETBs, flip until you lose. For each flip you won, make a token that's a copy. Those gain haste. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. That's fine. I mean, we have the one creature that's like pay 2 and you get a permanent token copy of the thing, right? Where was this bitch? What were you searching for? When I put as an additional cost to cast, it pulls up 295 cards. Well, I'm glad that it doesn't hate you, dog. Okay, I like Electro Duplicate. That doesn't really get us away from needing token copies. God, Go Red would get us so far up our own ass. Okay, let me try to sell you on the cat lady, Astra. Mirror Entity's in the deck, keyboard. We've scrolled past it and talked about it 8 fucking times. We're not talking about Mirror Entity anymore. Alright, let's talk about Roxanne. So the thing I like about Roxanne is when she enters, we get to shoot one of our eggs. So if we play her, this is technically a sack outlet, right? Because these eggs are 0/1s and she shoots for 2. Yeah, we make 0/1s. So if we flip into Roxanne, we can then consistently shoot our other eggs, and we're going to ramp ourselves to maybe hard cast the other stuff we're getting to do. So this is the type of creature where it's like, it's okay if you're not a big dumb robot, because you're also not that normal. What about Delina Wild Mage or Molten Duplication? Delina Wild Mage has the additional problem of I don't want to have creatures. I want these to be, I want every creature hit to be like, I have a list of 20 to 25 robots and I'm flipping one of them into your face. We have Devastating Onslaught. Devastating Onslaught's probably the best card we have for the dream scenario. Yeah, Cityscape Leveler would be another very good robot. Does Cityscape Leveler have to be opponent controls? Oh no, Cityscape Leveler can also be a robot that acts as a sack outlet. That's pretty funny. We don't need Xenagos. But yeah, this is the double duty I want to pull. I want big dumb assholes who kill you, and then also more eggs. More eggs, more omelets, more happy. Okay, so we have Roxanne, we have Cityscape Leveler, we have... I swear to God, if you don't put Wild Growth in this deck, I'm going to send people to your home. Yeah, you don't get a cast trigger, but that's okay. Wild Growth, do it. Bosch? Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. No, 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 no. Bosch is goated. Bosch is crazy normal. The issue with For the Common Good is that it already has to be a token. Like, what's very good about Devastating Onslaught is if we have the creature we like, we can just turn it into a million of them. With For the Common Good, we can make a fuckload of eggs. Maybe we have the density of token effects, or of cloning effects, that we can then, For the Common Good, a token we make without spending a lot of mana. But that's gambling. Is that the type of gambling you want to do, Astra? Oh, now I have 296 results. Okay, so there's Altar of Bone, which might be a little bit too much tutoring. Ooh, Angelic Purge. Look, interaction that will flip your fucking shit. Isn't that fun? We can't do any of the black stuff. Biograph is worthless for us. Artillerize is relatively bad interaction. We can do more blowy up stuff. Close encounters, whatever. You could fucking collateral damage to shoot mana dorks. Yes, Naraki, I already suggested to take Maskwood out. Devastating Summons is lands. No, Naraki, I think we're staying on Atla Polani. I think the robots come out of eggs and they kill you. Will Eldritch Evolution do anything? If we sacrifice an egg, can we get a 2-mana creature out that matters? I don't think we can. No, we cannot. Fuck that card then. I was told to make a green deck by my friends. I made this deck to spite them with artifact creatures instead of dinos or whatever. So, no, you can't force me to be normal. I love that. This is all discard. This is tap. This is exile. So depending on the decks your opponents are playing, stuff like Fiery Conclusion that is instant speed interaction that makes you sacrifice a creature, genuinely usable. And if you ever want to spite people, nothing will spite them more than having their mana dork shot by Draft Chaff. So I will recommend you look at these for a while and consider them. Alter of Bone is a tutor, so that may be too good for you, but there is a lot of removal that says sacrifice a creature you control. And if your deck was big dumb assholes hidden in my library, I play Egg, I use Egg to shoot your favorite child in the head, and I get a favorite child of my own, I think that is a pretty funny loop. Boundary Helix is crazy. Stack 5 lands is whatever. We are not tapping these guys. Yeah, we have Skull Clan Party. We have all of the obvious ways to be sacrificing eggs. The problem with this deck is not that it doesn't have enough good stuff. I think the problem with this deck is that the good stuff it has is much more meaningful than the funny stuff it has. That's what I'm trying to correct right now. Is I want the deck. This deck is trying very hard to be different. It's trying very hard to be different in a spiteful way, and what it is achieving is being the exact same, but there's a different name tag on the big stompy thing that kills you, and so I'm searching for cards that are going to make it feel different as well. Oh, that's pretty nifty. Using it to fog. That's a little bit cute. Life's Legacy doesn't really do anything for us. March of Otherworldly Life is not the type of additional cost we need. Momentous Fall doesn't really do anything for us. God, we get Natural Order if we wanted everybody to hate us. Scapegoat's a crazy card. Sack a creature to self-bounce? That's so... We don't want that at all. I just didn't even realize that was an effect. Hey, what's up, Romade? Welcome to the stream. This is tapping an untapped creature. This is sacking an artifact specifically. Worthy Cause, so that's 1 mana or 3 mana with buyback, which is not beating an altar, but that's okay. We don't have to beat out on sack outlets too well. Ooh, this is actually another deck that could make very good use of Cream of the Crop. Especially once we clear up the number of creatures a little bit and make them all big dumb robot assholes. So I think if our turns look like by the time I play Atla Palani, I have a sack outlet and I have some type of setup piece. Maybe it's a sack outlet, maybe it's not. But I have Cream of the Crop, I have my Evolutionary Leap, I have whatever setup piece. I play Atla on turn 3. And then on turn 4, I make and sacrifice an egg. Whether that is by combining, like, because another play pattern I was not a very big fan of is we would get to turn 4, we would play Atla Palani. We would get to turn 5, we would activate Atla Palani, but we couldn't do anything with the egg that turn. And so we're pointing the unloaded gun at people for 2 full turns. And then on turn 6 is typically where we got to do our first Atla Palani trigger, which at that point, we can just play Mild Anima. Ravenous Amulet? Maybe. Yeah, that would be fun. That can work with that can that work with turn 3 Atla? So we could go turn 1 Wild Growth, turn 2 this, and then if we hit our land drops, that's turn 3 Atla. And then it's turn 4, activate Atla, activate this. Yeah, that works. But that is the runway that I want us to build. I like where the plane wants to go. I just don't believe in the engines on it right now. It feels like the wings are either going to fall off or they're going to get turned into Wonder Bread. Down here, yeah. So those are my explicit recommendations to you, Astra. I would invest more heavily in 1 mana ramp, but it has to be non-creature, so you can't really do too much. I think you just fucking get Wild Growth, actually. I think you just fucking get Wild Growth. But we want to be more confident that we're going to cast a turn 3 Atla Palani. That's goal number 1. This is a very slow strategy, and that is okay, but I do not want to be wasting turns we don't have to waste. Well, Utopia Sprawl doesn't fucking do anything. That's the I don't think it does. So I'm not a big fan of that. Oh, no. This is not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, Utopia Sprawl and Wild Growth. I thought this was the one that just says add mana of any color instead of add an additional mana. So we want ramp to get Atla Palani out on turn 3. And ideally, we go Atla Palani turn 3. Turn 4, I make an egg, and I do something cute, like Fiery Conclusion, to turn my egg into a guy. Like, it would make me, if I made an Atla Palani deck, it would make me so happy to go turn 3 Atla Palani, turn 4 I make an egg. By the way, your Bird of Paradise, bang. Bird of Parad was. Make a better pun than that, but do it. And then I am 100% confident the thing coming off the top is a spooky robot. I'm not 100% confident it's a good robot. Right? It could be fucking... It could be Arcbound Crusher. It could be Darksteel Juggernaut. But 100% of the time, I am flipping a robot I think is funny onto the board. And then I can keep my very favorite token generators and my very favorite token doublers. I don't think Exalted Sunborn or Mondrak is in there. I think it's the token tripler. But I think this, like, populating Maskwood Nexus, Jolly Balloon Man type of stuff, I really don't believe in. These I'm only willing to keep because I can eventually use them on my big dumb artifacts. Jolly Balloon Man's making me 1/1s. That's negative hammers. And then I think you can trampoline into the moon relatively quickly. At that point, the top end might feel a little bit lacking. And so you may have to revisit putting like Craterhoof Behemoth back in or Moonshaker Cavalry back in. But I think you could also at that point just do like Shared Animosity, because so many of these, oh, never mind, there are really not that many golems. There's only like 4. You can't do Advanced Racism. So yeah, your top end may still get stuck in the EDH Rex Zoo, but I think the middle part of this deck and the build-up for this deck can be a lot more interesting than it's currently allowed to be. So I'm going to put you... We're stuck here. We're climbing out. What's Advanced Racism? It's Shared Animosity. If you have a bunch of stuff with the same creature type, they get buffed based on how many of them you have. But we can do a lot of cute little tricks like Roxanne. And I think it will make you much happier than it's currently making. So thank you for submitting. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then Bad Cats, Tromidlov, Drolmai, and Searching for a Galley, you all are still on the chopping block. Well, 9 out, they said they didn't want a Blightsteel. So I'm not recommending a crazier threat profile. I'm trying to recommend a smoother runway, a smoother launch section. Because right now, we're feeling a lot like that one Ryan Reynolds movie. We don't need the flips to be scarier. I want to be more confident that the flips are going to make me smile. I'm very unconfident. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom, and then Tromidlov Drolmai is here. Okay, everybody. Emperor Tromidlov Drolmai is here, so we're going to do Emperor Tromidlov Drolmai next. Oh, yes. Troper, I'm sure it's already been asked, but I'm going to make sure. How do you feel about WotC asking, to what degree did negative influencer commentary impact how you felt about the Spider-Man set? And then asking you to name those creators and influencers after that? Oh, man, that's so crazy, yet so appropriate. Like, yeah, don't talk shit if you're not willing to stand on it, quite frankly. But it's a privileged thing to say that. And also, how do they know you're not just fucking lying? So what worries me about that is that there are some creators who are very reliant on WotC contracts in order to like eat and pay rent and shit. And questions like that, it's very easy for somebody who just has beef with you off of like a Reddit comment to type and go, oh, Gregory Switchwick was flaming the fuck out of this set in a private Discord that they've since deleted the messages to. You should never work with them. That's the only thing I worry about. But like, if you're dropping videos being like, this set fucking sucks, I think it does behoove Wizards to know like, hey, what is, and it also behooves them to know like, is there a voice of the people? Like, are there voices that the community is listening to more than others? What do they think about the set? how can we convince them to like the set? Like, there's an optimistic angle to take on that. For me, I talk the exact same amount of shit on the internet as I would say to Gavin Verhey's face, to Mark Rosewater's face, to whatever. And so I think it's funny. I think it's funny and good, but I can see how you could abuse it. If they're just taking everything that gets submitted at face value, which would be dumb from a survey anyway. But like, yeah, they should care about influencer commentary on their game. They should care about, they should have their fingers on the pulse of what influencers are people listening to. That has been a problem. That has been a problem with WotC's like creative outreach program since the very beginning. Like their selection for, I don't want to get too deep into this, but like I think their creator roster has more often than not looked like they just threw darts at a wall. And so any degree of them checking on like, oh, who are you guys listening to, by the way, if anybody impacted your opinion. And so there could be a world where them asking, now the fact that they didn't ask about, did they ask about positive influencer commentary? Or did they just ask about negative? Because if they're just asking about negative, then that seems like a petty intern who's trying to figure out who to blame on the internet. But if they were asking about what influencers did you listen to, did they make you more excited or less excited for the set? That could be a genuinely useful question that might inform them making better decisions about influencer partnerships. Right. It just asked about negative. Yeah, that's they salty. They a little salty. That's funny. Yeah, somebody get props and bodyguards. They're coming after him, bro. Also, Cardaver and Just the Terra, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. What's worse, playing salty cards and claiming they're your favorite and therefore fair game, or pointing out that this leads to a bad time for players? Neither. Both of those are either totally fine or highly objectionable, depending on how you deal with the messaging. Who do we need to pay off to sell out by the time the Marvel set comes around? Yeah, like they could fucking afford Prof, dude. Old head, it is. Here's the thing. It's wild for WotC to ask you to rat people out, but if you published a YouTube video on the YouTube talking shit about Spider-Man, it's not really ratting you out. It's a retweet. So I don't think that part's crazy. I think it's definitely sour grapes that they were just like, who talked mean about our set? They should care. They should care about one. Like, the question should be one, do you give a fuck about what influencers said about the set? The yes no answer there is important because plenty of people don't give a singular fuck. And then it's, if you do care, did the influencer make you feel positive or negative? And then who is it? Like, those are three meaningful questions to ask when it comes to a corporation trying to figure out their partnership situation. Them just asking, did people talking bad on the internet make you feel some type of way? Also, who was it? Yeah, that's middle school shit. Woe to the intern that came up with that question. But it's also not ratting people out because, like, I don't know, man. They made their, good for the nitpicking nerds and they're like $1,500 in YouTube revenue. Good for, let's see, I think Ryan Kibler ran the ones on it. Or not Spider-Man specifically, but there was like the problem with Universes Beyond, even if you're not a hater. I think Elk ran the ones on it. Trinket Mage ran the ones on it. Everybody did a little pass. Everybody dipped their little bucket in the well of negativity money. Did anyone find it weird where on the survey they showed you Gavin holding a gun at the professor? Yeah, that was a weird slide. Maul, are you prepared for 50 partnership calls from WotC after making more positive coverage of Spider-Man than any other content creator this side of the border? Yes, I'm prepared for 0. Take the 5 off. They're never gonna call me. When I started making content and I was wondering about my like how I might one day partner with corporations, there was a part of me that was like, oh, maybe I'll get fewer deals, but they'll be more enthusiastic because my willingness to be critical will be received as more genuine. And so people will be less inclined to think I'm just selling out for the money if I'm willing to be critical of all the stuff I don't like. That doesn't pan out in practice. In practice, the companies just go like, hey, have you ever said anything negative? Yes, we don't want to work with you. Unless you're huge. If you're prof-sized... Whoa. I don't have a hard never buy PAX stance. Whoa. I have a buy PAX as an aesthetic treat stance. I have a never buy PAX to get legal game pieces stance. If you want a little treat, go buy a pack. If you want a little treat, go buy a pack. Go get you your little card arts. Go get you your little text boxes. Get you the special treatments. But yeah, if you just want legal game pieces, don't do that. Yeah, opening packs is fun. Opening packs is fun, and it's okay to spend your disposable income having fun. Yeah, that's wonky. That's wonky that they just asked, hey, who was talking shit? Name drop them, please. Name drop them, please. We don't like them. But, like, I don't know. I have no insight into working with wizards. On purpose, I don't ask Z about any of their wizards deals because I yap so loudly that if I know anything about their internal function, I will leak it. Nothing gets in here because it would come out here. Hot take, Gwenem is hot. Isn't she a teenager? That's the problem. That might be a chair take, Troper. I'll get out of here, AI. Not looking good for you. Was not aware. There we go. There, Troper, there is a reason that I am the fastest age Googler in the West, and it's the can they get it section on all of the card roasts I do. 2 other results said 21 plus. Yeah, that's mixed enough that I'm just gonna lean back. You had to go down to find the 19? That's where my haters are looking. You think my haters are taking the high road? You think my haters are taking the high road when they try to clip me? No. We go down low. We go down low. How low can you go? We limbo when we research. Alright, anyway. Emperor Tromidlov Drolmai has sent in a silly comma scary deck, which is, these are supposed to be the opposite ends in the spectrum. The next in my cycle of mono-colored gate decks, mono black gates. It's the one I'm most confident in. Fucking horrific. Mono black Maze's End. This is the closest to a CEDH deck I've actually built in paper. Holy fuck. So we're tutoring in the command zone. We're never taking an extra turn. Brother. You know what? You know what, actually, I'm gonna choose to interpret this deck as a story about the indomitability of the human spirit. It reminds me of a story my dad told me about a guy he worked with. He was doing like fishing boats for a while on Florida, and he told this guy named Whitney. And he was like, my friend Whitney, John, he was always a fighter. Because one day, Whitney got a stomach disease, and the doctors told him it was only a 20% chance he was going to make it to the end of that year. And Whitney kept showing up to work. Didn't take any sick time off. Made it to his next birthday. Boom. He gets cancer. Not as disappointing as this card, but he gets cancer. They give him a 10% chance to live. Whitney still keeps going to work. They make it to the next year. Whitney comes in. He says, Kevin, I have great news. And he says, what, are you in remission? Do your intestines work? And he says, no, I built a mono black Gates deck, and my dad killed that man on the fucking spot to spare him the disappointment of trying to make this shit work on top of all his other problems. Get the fuck out of here, mono black Gates. I swear to God. No longer benevolent. Get in the fucking containment zone. Your Emperor Tromodlov Gate my now. You son of a fuck. What the fuck is happening here? Just scary now. Yeah, they've done a cycle of monocolored Gates decks. Okay, so we have 10 gates, so we don't have to do the psychic paper trick. We're gonna steal other gates. What's our ramp? Sure, we barely... Oh, Regalia is actually hot here. Oh no. Oh. Oh, I fear that does cook a little bit. This doesn't. The art's cool. Anti-cookery, but that's kind of hot. Sure, we got recursion. Removal! You liar! You fucking liar! Alright, cruelty of gigs. We got some board wipes, some gate searching, stuff enters untapped, sure. Oh my lord. 13 additional gate. Doomsday, please. Please, Doomsday. You Doomsday me with Maze's End, I'm giving you my house. I'm giving you my fucking car keys. I'm never playing Magic again. That's how you kick somebody out of this fucking hobby. Doomsday pile. I play Gond Gate. My hands are up. My hands are up at that point. Doomsday pile. I play a fucking tapped land. I play Basilisk Gate. Did these all enter untapped? No, we got Black Dragon Gate. I play Gateway Plaza. What are we even doomsdaying? Gateway Plaza. I hate that this probably cooks just because you have a tutor in the command zone. Alright, so I have a gate tutor. I have a land. I don't have a black source. Is it worth it to use this on a black source? To play this guy? Oh, no, he's 3 mana? No, I got no fucking chance. Alright, so free mulligan. I mean, if we're going for it, we're gonna go for it. I'm gonna fucking Dark Ritual. I'm gonna Imperial Seal Dark Ritual. Next turn, I think I play a tap land, Dark Ritual, Commander, do something. Fear me. Fear me. So the next turn, why do we still have Psychic Paper? This is the equivalent of a Nepo baby with no talent doing a decent movie. You can say Jack Quaid's name. It's okay. We all liked the first couple seasons of The Boys. Actually, no, he has talent. Never mind. I take that back. I'm sorry, Jack Quaid. I love you. I thought we were just on Nepo babies doing decent movies. Then that's Jack Quaid. Nepo baby with no talent, dude. Rude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, Jack Quaid's very good. That was the point. That was the point. Is Jack Quaid is a Nepo baby who is a very good actor still. Alright, I play Psychic Paper for no goddamn reason. Ah, it's to make this guy unblockable. Okay. We're going to... I mean, I guess we just swing. We have the Death Toucher. We have a Boaster. I don't think we have gate engines, which dismays me a little bit. I guess we can get a navigation orb. So I hate asking for assistance, but Tromidlov, this may be where you have to pass me a little bit of the crack you were smoking. Because you can get a lot of the pieces, but unlike a lot of the other decks we've seen, I don't see the gate engine. I mean, Amulet of Vigor, whatever. Amulet of Vigor I don't think does anything for us right now. So turn 4, we play Navigation Orb. We can crack it, and we get probably Gond Gate to field. Black Dragon to hand, because these are the worst. But this goes to field tapped, so the other one gets to come in untapped. Black or blue, who cares? Then I can go Maze's End. I get another gate. There should be another one that lets me... Yeah, now I have Baldur's Gate. And now I believe... So now Amulet of Vigor would really do something. Because now I can go, let's see, Demonic Tutor. Everybody poops their fucking pants. Amulet of Vigor. I only have 3 gates. So I'd play this first. Tap, tap. Float. Oh no, it's other gates and that's not a gate. Holy shit. So tap, tap, Amulet of Vigor, tap. Ain't shit happening. Ain't shit happening. And then I can scry 2 and I put a gate on top. So I draw this, it ETB's untapped. I have to spend a mana, and I go 1, 2, 3, bam, search for a gate. I go heap gate. I can't play a second land this turn. Oh, fucking gee willikers, dude. I don't know if I believe, Tromidlov. I was believing. Low-key GOAT deck, FR. This shit is low-octave GOAT deck. What do you mean low-key? We're on turn 7. I'm like Father Time over here. I'm not killing anybody. I'm desiccating people. Alright, new game. I have some gates in hand. I have a tutor. I think I inscribed tablet is to not scare the hoes. Walking Atlas or poo poo? Okay. I get to check top 5 for a land. I get a fucking gate. Huzzah! Huzzah! And then I can vamp here. I have a lot of gates in hand. So I don't have to go for ritual right now. I do the walking atlas. And then my next turn, I go bam, bam. Oh shit, Regalia's here. Alright. Different plan. I get in my fucking BMW. I get in my motherfucking BMW, I roll the windows down, and I put the Taylor Swift on, and I get fucking Reliquary Tower. God damn it. Never mind. Never fucking mind. My fault. Alright. I don't want to play this land for turn. I will walk my Atlas. I crew the Regalia. Give me a gate. That's not a gate. Who cares? I'll boast for Maze's End. Now that I have, is boast he attacked or is boast... Is boast you attacked in general? Okay, then Atlas crews, this guy swings. Okay, then he attacks so that I can still do the boast thing. Now I have Maze's End on top. So I think what I do here, I go to combat, I crew the Regalia with Walking Atlas, which seems wrong, but I'm going to be correct. Trigger on the stack, I boast, and I go put Gond Gate on top of my library. So, oh, the Regalia finds it. Oh wait, this isn't a fucking gate, so this doesn't get the Gond Gate benefit of entering untapped. Naraki Mall, the queue for Dekros, we sell for the month on the first Sunday of every month, and they sell out in a couple hours. So we get this into play. I can play Maze's End. Well, I wouldn't play this for turn. I would play this untapped for turn. I have 1, 2, 3... No. 1, 2, 3, 4... No. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 fucking gates. I need to get the gate that floats mana. Yeah, I get Baldur's Gate. So it comes in untapped. I put this into play. I float 1 more billion mana. I get Psychic Paper on this guy is unblockable. Planar Nexus is it has every non-basic land type, so it's a gate. Kilroy, thank you for the 15th month at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Turn Garden into another Atlas. Ah, I turn Garden into another Atlas. I get another gate out. I use one of the million floating mana I have. I'm boasting another gate. So Basilisk Gate goes up top. Oh, but I don't have this thing crewed. Fuck me running, dude. Turn 7. 1. I don't know if I believe, Emperor. I don't know if I believe. We've been beaten to death like 17 times over at this point. We have Despian stage. I have a little bit of ramp. Can't keep that. Oh, Jesus. The last ride. I go down to 6. Only colorless. Only colorless. I'm gonna be honest, man. This seems a little bit like a Saw movie. You know I love you, man. You know I love your silly deck strategies. This seems a little bit like a Saw movie. That's why there's 6 board wipes in the deck. It seems a little bit like a hostage situation. This is definitely not a Gen Pop special. Closest to CDH. This is the closest I've ever gotten to climbing Mount Everest, says man on top of his local beach's sand pile. Man who has climbed up on the shelves at his local Walmart speaks about how close he is to heaven. Oh, you could do Peter Parker's camera, yeah. That's horrifying that I'm saying that. Scryfall's back. Like the speed this deck is moving, having a couple rounds of I get to copy either a Maze's End trigger or I don't think we could copy our commander, right? Because we're shuffling after, so we can't set up the top two. Yeah, we shuffle, put on top. So we couldn't copy our commander, but like inscribed tablet, we're willing to copy. Most of our land triggers we're happy to copy, and we're tutoring all the lands out, so I don't think it's that big a deal that the lands aren't in the command zone. Rings of Brighthearth 2. Yeah, I struggle to believe it's inappropriate. Lead and Mirror's crazy work. I definitely understand why we need board wipes. I do think you can do Rings of Brighthearth and the Peter Parker's camera trick over something like Killing Wave, over the soft removal. Because make an example, I doubt you get a pile that prevents you from being killed. The only guy we're playing is a 2/3. If they have 3 creatures, they have mathematically beaten you there. Killing Wave, unless you have gotten like Cabal Coffers out and you've been hitting a lot of swamps or you've hit Urborg, I don't think Killing Wave does too much for you. And so having other accelerationist elements, that would be pretty good. Can this deck win if you spot remove Maze's End? Who the fuck is spot removing Maze's End? And no, also. At that point, you scoop. Okay, so I have Imperial Seal. Can I cast it? No, I shuffle. I have land, Atlas. I probably try to make this work. I let it come in tapped, because I'm an adult. I play Walking Atlas. I play my commander. I put a land into play. I could go to Greed Island. Oh, good. I give everybody poison counters just to make sure they're angry. Just to make sure they're angry. God, this spell hurts me to look at. Oh, we could exsanguinate, yeah. If we lost Maze's End and we got Cabal Coffers. So I'm not even gonna swing. I'm gonna greed. So that when I boast on future turns, I can deterministically draw the shit that I want to put in. So now I go to combat, I boast. Give me untapped gates. And then give me card draw. I play Gond Gate. Cave map. Do not have lands to tap this. Or do not have lands to activate this. No other lands in hand. Untapped. I tap it to pay for this. And put a land card to hand. So I'll do 2 land card to hand. This might be like the gate that floats mana, Baldur's Gate. We put this to field. Go to combat, we get a little boast off. I pick another gate. Do like heap gate. And then I can use greed island to draw the gate. But I think I already did my little put into land trick. Now do I get to go crazy on it? No. I get to play a land for turn. I can Grim Tutor something still. I'm being told to get Amulet of Vigor. Interesting. I will go Amulet of Vigor. So I have this out now. So I can go to combat, make 4 black mana. I can get Maze's End on top and pay to draw it and draw. Okay, bitch. Okay. Pay to get it and get 1 more card. I can put this out. It comes out untapped, but that doesn't really matter. I can also get Poo Poo UFO out. Then I get Navigation Orb. Yeah, I'm not... Pyro Horse, you might think that, but it turns out if you have Psychic Paper and a lethal amount of methamphetamine, you can in fact make your own gates at home. This is just a tutor in the command zone. I think this is cute. I'm still putting you in Arkham, Tromond Love. I think I actually liked the white one, or I believed in the white one more than I believe in this one. This one's a very cute idea. I'm just trying to think of the table where it's appropriate because it's really an art project deck, but you have a lot of guns. It's finger painting at gunpoint with Tromond Love Drolmai. We have just enough gates to make it work. But we work very slowly. We work slower than the justice system, if we work at all. Well, it's not a pod with 3 players and a rock that's ticking in a weird way. It's a rock that's ticking in a weird way and every once in a while dumping a bunch of crap onto the table that kills your creatures. It's reasonable. It's reasonable. It's just very slow. It's very, very slow. And I think the only thing I would suggest you add are the trigger doublers to make it a little bit faster. Because sometimes it can go right. Like if I get to cast my commander on turn 2, and then I can just be boasting nonstop. And now I have Urborg, I can get like, I can boast for like Poo Poo UFO or something. I get Poo Poo UFO up here. I get Knight's Whisper. Get a land. I have no other lands to put out. But at this point I can almost I can Imp Seal for Cabal Coffers. Then when I draw it, I can go bam, Cabal Coffers, float 4, 5, Adnaz. So it's not impossible for it to go fast, but stuff has to stuff has to line up really, really well, and if we get interrupted, boy do we stay down. Boy Boy howdy do we stay down if we get pushed down. We are not making it out of the sand trap with this one. The bracket system shakes in fear at this deck. Yeah, the bracket system fears no man, but this thing scares it. Emperor, I continue to classify this project as science was very concerned with whether or not it could, and you should have been concerned with whether or not you should. It might be cute to play against it to see if some of my bracket 2 decks could outrace it, though. I think it is good. You know what I like this for? I like this as a tutorial boss. I like this as an example for new players of somebody who is entirely unbothered with deck building templates. Who does not give a fuck about, oh, you need 8 removal, oh, you need 8 card draw, oh, you need 8 ramp, oh, you need 8 whatever, you need 8 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. No, figure out the thing you want to do and do it 100%. This is a very good example of that, but it is still more artistic than it is functional in my view. So thank you for the submission. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then Bad Cats, are you here? If Bad Cats is not here, it will be time for searching for a galley. Altador, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 16th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey, Maul, just wanted to say thank you for bringing some joy into the world. Lost my grandpa last week, and your roast of Niali got me to smile for the first time since he passed. You make a big difference in the world. Thank you so much, Altador. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear about your grandpa's passing, though. I hope he wasn't a Niali player. Hello, Mauld. I missed the card review purchase. Are you going to sell more during the stream, or is the super special purchase the only way to get them? We are going to sell more, but it's going to depend on how quickly we finish the first wave. We are going to sell multiple waves of cards, though. Bad Cats, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. Man, Reliquary and card advantage is frying me. I can't even look at Tromidlov's tags anymore, dude. They'll hurt you. They tagged Braid's removal. This person is coping on a level that science does not yet understand. Like, they've got Tromidlov and they've got people who think Taylor Swift has a personal crush on them in a room together just trying to monitor their brain waves. This is so much cookery and so much buffoonery at the same time. Oh yeah, Tromidlov Drolmai is our resident Charlie Kelly. This is every deck they've ever sent in. It works just enough. It works just enough that you want to keep listening, and then you realize the glue or the paint shimmer all around his mouth. Naraki Mall, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. Let's go to Bad Cats' deck. Silly. Oh my god. Whoa. 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 I thought using wizards for their non-intended purposes, such as loading them into the wizard gun, Inala, and shooting them for 7 damage was funny. Oh no. Not another soul lost to Eminence, bro. I think it's funny putting out a bunch of those small 0/1s with ping on non-creature spells and then tapping them to shoot somebody with the ability of Inala instead of casting non-creature spells. Okay. We have Subversion. The big wizard gun is funny. That's terrifying. So we're using a CEDH Eminence commander to make an Iron Man reference and tap them to make somebody lose 7 life. Holy shit. Brother has a belt-fed machine gun and he's using it to take the crust off his peanut butter and jelly. How many non-creatures do you have? 18. This is too many. Genuinely, too many. I'm almost with you, but it's too many. So we still have all the good wizards. We're wizard bouncing. Oh my god. Our wizards are bouncing on it crazy style until you die. I have the wizards I have? This is $2,000. What do you mean you have the wizards you have? Isn't that what Anala does anyways? I believe so, but Anala does it on an infinite level. I think Anala's lines are much more complicated than I have many wizards I shoot you. Okay, so we have 3 counter spells on the wizard deck. We have trigger doublers. We have Panharmonicon to double this Eminence ability. Roaming Throne's not a wizard? So true. Well, no, he is once he hits the board, unfortunately. The Cuck Chair is in fact wizard specific. It will be. Wizard, 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 wizard. Okay. Okay, I think we're part of the way there. How do we make this shit interesting, though? I'm trying to figure out. We'll play test it to see. That's crazy. That's crazy. You just opened a Final Fantasy box. That's what happened, isn't it? How many booster boxes? I can see that this was not planned. I can see that this was serendipity of your gambling addiction. How many booster boxes? Tee-hee, you motherfucker. Okay, so we don't have removal, quite frankly. Oh, we have some. We have some. Spell reanimation. Why do we need these? We're not casting instants or sorceries. Transform. Yeah. Well, the transform doesn't do anything, though. Because you're losing life, not dealing damage. Like, we don't even have the wizard gun. This is more specifically the wizard suck machine. It's the wizard blood transfusion. Wow, that's a horrible hand. Wow, that's not much better. Sure. I'll bottom that. Triome. Dual land, not the fucking untyped Triome. Alright, Polywog Prodigy. It has Evolve, and if you cast non-creature spells, I get a card. I got fucking Fatal Push in here? Holy shit, man. I will Crumbling Necropolis. Brother Bear. We can Molten Echoes to give haste. Other wizards enter with a counter. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get freaky. Molten Echoes will make another enter. It will enter with a counter. I will use the ability to draw a card because I'm cooking over. I go back to suffering. I go Kuja. Molten Echoes and the other don't really do anything because it'll die to the legend rule. But I can Kuja, and then I can spend 2 mana to draw a card from Sage of Fables. Holy fuck. I really like the art for the Final Fantasy cards, and they were with a lot of my wizards, so there may be a lot more bad Final Fantasy cards. Turn 7. I have 3 wizards. The dinosaur player, their sympathy is beginning to wane. I fear I may not make it out of this jungle alive. So I could go... Triskaidekaphile never happening. I don't have anything in the graveyard. I can Glenalendra. I will get a free Glenalendra copy, which I probably have to use to draw a card. Hot dog. Oh yeah, Kuja flips. So I have enough wizards. I have enough wizards to begin loading the gun. What I don't have is a way to make that gun mean anything. Ooh, wow, this is a bad dream, but I love bad dreams. Okay, so cats, let's talk. The issue we're gonna run into here is we have correctly identified that it's very funny to subvert. That's not true. This does not make Anala deal double damage. Anala's effect is target player loses life. Damage causes loss of life. Loss of life is not damage. Yeah, you explode! If Kuja interacted with Anala, I would actually believe in this deck way more. Huh? Oh no, cats, did we build this deck on the supposition that damage doublers would double what Anala was doing? We've PBS'd him. I may have. Oh no. Alright, Mango, put the PBS reading rainbow sign over here and then get me a casket for this guy. So this is the heart of why I was suspicious about the deck. Because the problem we're going to run into, you've correctly identified that it is hilarious to use wizards for Anala rather than use wizards ping storm, ping storm, ping storm. The problem is that they're so good at the other thing that this plan is probably going to come off as condescending unless we change the deck around a lot. And I mean a lot. Because what we need to do is we need to get 1,000,000 wizards and they all have to blow ass. Like the moment Kuja touches this deck list, him in Black Waltz, I just cast Fatal Push and I outdo everything Anala can do. And so if we want to make a lot of wizards, what we probably want to do is, let me show you a card. If I can remember the card's name. Hold on. Hold on. It's happening. This. Sundial of the Infinite. End the turn. And I'm going to show you another wizard who does a similar thing and is very sexy on top of it. Obeka. End the turn. I believe... Yeah, what this will do is if we have turn enders, you can exile the trigger to get rid of your temporary wizards. Yes, she is a wizard. And so what you can then do is we can do Molten Echoes, we can do Flame Shadow Conjuring, we can do Anala, and then we play one wizard, it makes 3, and then we end the turn. And then we keep all of them. Then we can get a wizard army, and it doesn't have to be ping wizards. Because if we put ping wizards in this, the pinging is just going to outpace the wizard gun. So what I would recommend we do instead, and we probably need... How do we accelerate that enough, though? 42 lands is also too many. I respect you for it. I'm glad that you did it. You can go down to like 38. You can go down to 38 and then, hey, dog, you're a wizard. You get the wizard tech. You get to stock up. You're on all wizards, you can play really bad cards like Kindred Discovery. Check this shit out. Every single wizard that hits the battlefield is a new card in your fucking hand. Is Mana Echoes too cute? Mana Echoes is probably too unnecessary. The point we want to get to is we want to play like... We want to play a handful of rocks, and then we want to play like a 3-mana wizard and just tap out to make a bunch of copies, and then we want to end the turn. So there's stock up, there is consult the star charts. I don't want to trick you into buying more Final Fantasy boosters, but if you don't have Memories Returning is a decent card. You could even do a little bit of wheeling. Because you have that one vampire wizard that can bring shit back. So yeah, I need you to do 10 reps of drawing cards. I need you to do 10 reps of recycling your hand. I need you to do 10 reps of making additional token copies of your wizards. There's even that like will this work the way I'm thinking? Non-token only. But this could do something. This could do something for sure. I asked about mana echoes because every time a wizard drops, we can use it to pay for its own trigger. I think that's efficiency for efficiency's sake. It's nice, but I don't think we need that as bad as we need to keep the wizards. And then I would also go honorary wizard. He's more of a warlock, but honorary wizard. Hey, what's up, you liar? How you doing? Oh wait, they don't know the bit. What's up, Khan? How you doing? Legend rule is very okay for you. Preventing the sacrifice or exile of all my tokens is also very okay for you. And I would put together a version of the list with those pieces and see if it runs better. Because what we're gonna have, what did I lie about? My chat told me you said the WotC survey closed early, and then I went to open it, and it opened, and then I called you a liar and a bad person, and I told them about the Guadalajara incident. Yeah, Master Multiplied is gonna be crazy. What else is... Ooh, you want a funny and bad card? Yeah, reopened after closing. When do the lies end? When do the lies end, Trinket Mage? Anyway, cats, here's the last card you need. Win have many wizards. What if had twice as many wizards? What if all those wizards... Oh, actually, if you're gonna do this, you do need to play Molten Echoes. Because you will not have the mana to pay for all those triggers. I'm on team Trinket Mage. You fucking were ladder style. Goodbye. Get out of here. Many much wizard indeed. Bad cats. Many much wizard, super wizard. Kindred Charge does the same thing for cheaper and exiles them on end step. So I wouldn't say same thing but cheaper. That seems like a different thing. If we get Master Multiplied on field, great, but we can't guarantee that we're going to get him out every game. So that is what I would do. I don't believe in this. This only does anything if we've already cheated the end turn trigger, because we have very, very few wizards that are making tokens themselves. So I wouldn't do determined iteration. We don't need to give the wizards hands. They're going in a gun. They have pseudo hands when they come out of a catapult. The tokens come from a Nala, but they get exiled at end step. I mean, I guess you could, like, I'm gonna determined iteration to get a token copy that won't have the exile trigger. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I still don't love it until we have Master Multiply, but that's fine. That's it. It's it's beating out fucking Wizard class. Oh, iteration sacks it itself. Never mind. I ban you, MLP. We don't need Mirror Box. There I was. I just recommended Clone Legion. Yes, I think Clone Legion's very funny for this. So I would say fewer lands, slightly more mana rocks. We're putting in Obeka. We're putting in Sundial of the Infinite. We're putting in the Master Multiplied. We're putting in Clone Legion. You can put in Kindred Charge as well. But we want ways to Wizard Explode. Do I take out the alt win cons? Yes, I don't even know what they are, but yes. I'm gonna say instead of an alt win con, your your ladder style. Yeah. Whatever. Bad Cats, yes. More ways to wizard. And then if you want an alt win con, I would just have like one or two cards that lets them beat the shit out of people, and then I would have the alt win con be that way. Yeah, you had the spirit, Rowboy. I cannot in good faith put you anywhere on here because we had to PBS your ass. We had to fucking PBS you. We had to teach you how to read again. Is there... Is there a wizard that can do this? I don't think so. No, there is wound reflection. This is the closest thing you will get to a damage doubler that is not on a non-wizard creature. You do know. And knowing is... In Commander, I would say knowing is 1/10 of the battle, but I hope this helped. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's time for searching for a galley. Have you ever said no to someone's Rule 0 commander? Hello, Defcat. No, but I've been asked fewer than 5 times. Nobody's ever tried. Presumably because they know that if they did, and I was going to say no, like the worst thing I can say to your commander is not no. The worst thing I can say to your commander is a TikTok video talking about why you're an asshole for trying to play it. Which is devastating. I presume. So, nobody's really asked, but I will use this as an excuse to tell the veggie story. Daft Capybara, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the dog home. I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then we're telling the veggie story. I left my water. Pop Hopper, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Anyway, the last Rule 0 request I had experience with was veggie, and this forever convinced me of the appropriate way to handle Rule 0 requests. He said, hey, I have the vegetable car. I don't want this to be my commander. I want this to be in the 99 of my deck. And he said, but if you guys don't want to play against this, I have a swap. And then he put down Smothering Tithe. Can you guess how many people voted to have Smothering Tithe in? It was fucking none of us. And he had it in a bracket 3 deck, and it was like, this would be the third game changer, but I will play with 2 game changers if you let me play with the vegetable car. And that's just the best way to do it. But nobody's ever done that with a custom commander to me. It's only ever been like, hey, this is my custom commander deck. If you don't want to play against this, I have to play a different deck. You should just have like fucking Joda instead. Hey, you can play against my Rule 0 commander, or I can play Joda. What do you want? Yes, he did, and we all picked the non-loaded gun. Speaking of Rule 0, how do you feel about Krark's Other Thumb as a Rule 0 in a Mr. House deck? Fuck no, dude. Go fuck yourself. Alright, we're going to Searching for a Galley's deck. This, I believe, is down in Dear Maldhound because it was a raffled deck. Alright, we have... Where this shit at? Let me delete other unrelated people putting their decks in chat. Riku, Timu Riku. Hey Maldhound and gang, this is my attempt at a spooky deck. I've been messing around with it for months. Currently, I think it performs more consistently than it did before, but I'm not sure that's saying much. It seems to be performing more like a silly deck. I'm looking for suggestions to bring it up. Alright, card advance. Rule number 1, motherfucker. My deck's silly? My deck's silly, but I print my own money? Come on. Come on. With next to Toski? Next to the child? Come fucking on. Oh my lord. Alright, whatever. 38 lands, responsible. What are we doing? We're making token copies of guys? Yeah, token copies of guys, token copies of instants and sorceries. Okay. Sure. Plan, enablers. We have, alright, a little guy, Myriad. Myriad. Indestructible. Token copy something. I make Eldrazi spawn. Oh, but he has Myriad. I make a guy. Second card each turn synergy. If I make a bunch of tokens, I draw my second card each turn. I cast non-creature spells. Second card each turn. We can't put 19 motherfuckers who don't know each other side by side and call them the Avengers. This is X-Men Academy shit, Gally. We can't just say token word cloud go. We're not Selesnya. This is despicable. Okay. So plan enhancers. A damage doubler, a token doubler, a trigger doubler, a dragon-specific ETB trigger, parallel lives, when my opponents draw cards, they lose life. Alright. This is clearly 10 different decks stitched together. So, Gally, here's the problem. Here's the core problem that we have to fix. Right now, this deck's plan is a noun, and it is the noun tokens. Gives flying creatures haste. Why does that... What does that do for us? Or why is that really good? Versus... Dragon Tempest, notably, is 2 mana. Yeah, I'm listening. Okay, so we can buff our whole board. We can Terror of the Peaks, generic good stuff. So we have Impact Tremors. It seems like Impact Tremors is our most consistent plan, which seems really bad. Quite a few flyers in the deck! Bro channeled a like Scottish man from the 1940s to tell me about that shit. Ah, consecrated Sphinx with haste though. What about that one? What about that one? Okay. So if we want to bring it up to spooky, we have to pick a noun and a verb combination. And what I mean by that is we seem split between the ideas of creatures are going to enter, and that will be good, and creatures are going to swing, and that will be good. Because, like, Dragon Tempest is kind of living in both worlds. Twin Flame Tyrant can live in both worlds. Our pingers like Impact Tremors, Perforos, these want a Gate Instigator Crete. These want creatures to enter. There's also an important difference between, am I trying to have a bunch of guys enter, or am I trying to have big guys enter? Because Terror of the Peaks really wants you to have big guys enter. If I have Terror of the Peaks out, and I play fucking... not Ball Lightning, he's not quite big enough. Let me think. Who's a... If Terror of the Peaks is out and I just play Galta, bang, 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 bang. But doing that and making a deck that can build up to that is extremely different from building a deck that can make Impact Tremors lethal. Because you're in Temur, so you get to pick all of these options, and right now it seems like we're trying to choose all of them. We're the kid at the store with too many trains. He doesn't dodge Legend Rule, but if we just care about an ETB trigger, it doesn't matter. So Galta's not the perfect example. Like, ideally you want a non-legendary 12/12. Who cares? That's not the important bit. The important bit is that there is a different angle if you want Terror of the Peaks, Warstorm Surge type deal, and I want General Crete type deal. So which of those two do you enjoy more? I mean, 9 mana to between which ones? Sorry. So emphasizing playing big things, playing 2 big things, or playing a large number of small things. Let me show you some examples of the type of creatures you're going to care about. If you want to build an Impact Tremors deck, which is what this currently leans towards, then you want to spend 9 mana to copy Avenger of Zendikar. You want to spend 8 mana to copy Pylath. And you'll sack 1 to the Legend Rule, but it really doesn't matter because at that point you've already won. Or if we want to care about like going to combat, and we want to care about like Terror of the Peaks triggers more than we care about Impact Tremors triggers, then we want things like a non-legendary version of Galta. I'm trying to think what exactly that would be. And we also have this weird, I tried the big thing strategy, but I couldn't get it to work. Well, thankfully you have Mr. Make Thing Work with you. So is that what you would like to, is that the world? I like playing big things. Okay. Surgery time. It's always me helping the fucking Temur players, I swear to God. Why are you O-tagged as ramp? There we go. That's dinosaurs only. We don't need that. Hmm. And now we go to 3 and we do it again. But for 3 mana, I need 2 lands. I could try out a land jackal. I could try that. Awakening Zone is whatever. Zeus is whatever. Circle of Dreams Druid for sure. We don't need Coalition Relic. That shit is cope. Cultivate, sure. Where's my Kodama's Reach? Deathbloom Gardeners, whatever. Draconic Disciple is only 1 mana, which I really don't like. Okay, Entis Restoration, Enduring Vitality. Flare of Cultivation. Gift of Paradise only gets us up 1, which is also not appropriate. This is 5 mana to do what we actually want. Yeah, sure, Greenweaver Druid. Seems good. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We can try Growing Rights of Itlamok. Try Harrow. Alright, back to deck list. That's 22 pieces of ramp. I will go Command Tower right now because I don't want to worry about... I don't want to worry about any of that shit. Alright, 60 cards in the deck are ramp now. Oh, Fanatic of Ronos is good, yeah. And now, we want creature fall stuff. So we want to go... Or we want to play big shitheads where if we get a second big shithead, it's crazy. We also need damage pings. So we're going to have Terror of the Peaks. Warstorm Surge. Let's go to Scryfall, figure this out. So deals damage equal to power. And we need to be in Teemier for it. Chandra. There's Flings. We could do Stalking Vengeance. That would be kind of nifty board wipe insurance. So we do Stalking Vengeance. We don't care about Flare of the Hatebound. We can do Chandra's Ignition. We can do Nibelheim of Flame. I don't think we need a sneak attack. I like the Anti-Causal Vestige. Let's just look at Creature Fall real quick. That's non-token only, but Great Henge is... That's going to be the peanut butter and apple slices for us. We get Great Henge. We could do Garruk's. I'm not sure it's necessary, but we could. I don't like Perforos. I would like for us to succeed without Perforos. Dire Sage could make oodles and boodles of mana. Two Enduring Courages might be funny. Then I think I did Vaultborn immediately, yeah. And then we can also do like... We do still want 3 steps ahead. And then we still want our stock ups. Like efficient card draw gets very, very good because we can double spell it with our commander. And then can Emergent Woodworm do anything? Kind of, yeah. Colors need to be less than or equal to Gru again. Then we can Return of the Wild Speaker. We can Rishkar's Expertise. Not sold on Galta because we're not breaking the legend rule yet. Goreclaw's kind of useful, but not incredibly so. All of you motherfuckers are legendary. God, that's annoying. Not threefold Thunderhulk, though. And then we also want to care about, like, what are really good utility creatures that are in the 3 to 5 mana range that we can double without having to ramp again. Oh, we can do a little win more with Railway Brawler. Beast Whisperer. We can Apex Altasaur. I'm making you put in Sphinx Ambassador. You can't stop me. I think Rite of Replication. I would like Bolt Bend for this type of deck. Redirect Lightning as well. Return the Favor. We're not interacting. We're just copying other people's interaction. And we need a few more guys. I think Goldvein Hydra. Klaus not doing anything for us. I don't think Erd Heirloom is copyable, so I don't want to do that. Bite down Dragonhawk. Ooh, Skitter Spike. And at that point, why not Chameel? Chameeling's funny. The children love it when I pray to the altar of an eldritch god to get far more permanence than I should. I agree with the call for professional face breaker. We can try Ibex as a finisher. What about Bellowing Woodworm or... Oh, Bellowing Tangleworm. We don't need unblockability. We just have to beat you to death. I'm not worried about you declaring blockers. This is too much for us to ever reasonably double it. I'm drawing the line at 9, which is deeply irresponsible. We can try Naeth as well for another way to draw some cards. Oh, Death Kiss would be fucking hilarious to clone. Hello? We have that already. I don't think we want to double Ravenous Tyrannosaurus. We don't really need Thundermane. Ooh, Gruff Triplets. Yeah, that would be funny. What's this curve look like? Fucked up and bad. Fucked up and bad. Yeah, Trumpeting Carnosaur. Fucked up and horrible. We'll probably have to change it. We'll just throw more ramp in. What's interaction? I've never heard of it. So I go land, ramp, turn 2. I go land, ramp. If you tell me with a straight face you have nobody to swing on turn 2 of your commander game, you gotta get the fuck out of my office. I go get a land. Land Riku. I hit somebody with the jackal. It's turn 4 of my commander game. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I make 2 Garruk's pack leaders. I get to draw a card. They kill Riku because they realize that I'm full of crimes. I play Trumpeting Carnosaur. I draw 2 cards. I discover 5. I get Naeth to field. I play Llanowar Elves. How we feel about that? And then you can like double Trumpeting Carnosaur's power. We can copy Chandra's Ignition to shoot everybody for 28. Where we go like, bam, this will be a forest. I swear to God, I promise you. Next turn I go, I tap 3, I play a shitload of dorks. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't copy my Emergent Woodworm, which is devastating. But if I tap this, I can 3 visits. untap it, tap it again. I get to copy 3 visits, and I go land, land. I got 5 lands in play. These are tapped. 4, 5, 6. Devastating. I can just hold up 3 steps ahead, and then next turn I go Emergent Woodworm twice. I make this guy an 8/8. I swing, I check the top 8, and I flip something. This is like the worst hand possible. And even this, we at least ramp turn 2. We ramp turn 3. Play Riku turn 4. Pretend we have interaction that we don't have. Looks pretty good. Can you run my deck to compare? It'll probably be comical. I think you could clean up the one I have quite a lot, but let's see. Whew. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. I mean, you have command towers. I gave myself command towers. I gave myself command towers, so you get command towers. Alright, so we mulligan. This is a better starting hand. You have ramp, you have stuff. So this is a command tower. I Birds of Paradise. I wait to play this guy so I can offspring him. Turn 4, I get to play my guy. So shoot for 2. Ooh! Now I get to Terror the Peaks. I can't pay to double him though. I can pay to double this guy. So this guy, a negate instigator goes off twice, and I get to, I sack him, I get my treasures. Next turn. Can I get away with a trigger doubler on top of... I mean... I don't think I can. I need 7 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I can't do it and double twice. But I get to Terror the Peaks. So your deck does work. I just think right now it's confused enough that, like... The Terror of the Peaks plan is so much better than the Agate Instigator plan. Everything we spent the first 5 turns on is nothing now. Because we have Samwise the fucked up dragon. This version of the deck is meant to just like rip a million things. I get 2 of these guys. The second one becomes a 10/10. I get no pings, but I'm gonna hit you for 1 million damage if you fucking touch me. And turn 6, I'm going... I need to spare 2, so I pay 5 into this. I make 2 5/5 Hydras. They enter and become 20/20s. I think, depending on how generous this wording is. Yeah, so I get 2 Railway Brawler triggers. A 5/5 Hydra becomes a 10/10. The second Railway Brawler trigger comes through, makes it a 20/20. And then you kick somebody into the fucking sun. So this is still pretty good. I think this one's a little better. That might just be me, though. But regardless of what you want to do, I think it would behoove you... to dedicate immensely to one specific plan. Am I going to play things that have really high power? Am I going to try to play as many things as possible? Or am I going to do something else? Because you could do like... Riku's really, really broad in what he can do. But, and I think a thing that would make your version of the list work really well is the first thing I did was put in 20 pieces of ramp. Your commander is 5 mana, and the party doesn't really start until he's there. And a lot of your stuff is moderately expensive. And so the other benefit of this deck is even if Riku gets shot on sight, I'm probably ramping so much that I just get to do my thing. So I go like Utopia Sprawl, great. Turn 2, 3 visits, great. Turn 3, I've Riku'd. If he gets to live, copying Enduring Vitality doesn't really do shit. This costs 7. Oh yeah, this hand is not great, but we make 2 of these guys, why not? I have 2 3/3s. Live in Fear. So now I can play Great Henge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have 4 mana remaining. Horrifying. Can I double cast Stalking Vengeance, please? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I sure can. Double Stalking Vengeance, I get to draw a card. I tap for Nature's Lore, I tap these 2 guys to copy it. I'm so tired of drawing lands. We Growing Rights. Get a check top 4. Terror of the Peaks is here. We copy him, we go crazy. So this one's pretty bad. So please don't be deluded into thinking that my version of the deck is perfect. My version of the deck is just like basic, how do we put this on rails? How do we send it into the sun? Oh yeah, a really fucking fun card for you. Hold on. Here are the Myojins you get to use. Now these are legendaries, so you can't copy with Riku. But if you just have a lot of mana, this is an indestructible 3/3 that can copy a permanent spell thrice. This is a 8/8 that can put any number of creature cards into play. This is a 3/3 that can draw a card for every permanent you control. You can deal 7 damage to each of up to 3 targets. Like, there's a lot of big fun idiots you can play in a ramp list. I wouldn't specifically recommend these for a Riku list because you're not breaking Legend Rule, but they're like the Simpsons potato. You just think they're cute, you know? So I think this is where we end it for you. I think right now, Gally, you're lost in the sauce. You're searching. I think I can see the type of fun you want to have, but I think you got backed off from the type of fun you wanted to have just because the mana curve on the first list didn't work out, and then we became a token player, and that's always a very sad eventuality. So I hope that we could save you today. I hope that on this day I could save you from that endpoint, and instead teach you about emerging on your woodworm. So thank you very much for submitting off of your raffle win. That, I believe, is going to be the end of stream today. We're going to find a friend to raid, and we're going to hit them with the Bald Kai. Decked Out is live. Hit Veggie Wagon with Bald Kai. Yeah, there will, MLP. Alright, thank you all for being here. We'll be live again tomorrow with Veggie Wagon. I hope to see all of you there. Thank you very much, and remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just it for us, but thank you for being here.